He's admitted to killing 9 women in Hillsborough and Pasco counties.
He was serving multiple life sentences for betraying his country.
From Wall Street schemers to deadly spies, these criminals face sentences that defied human lifespans. Some received hundreds of years, others multiple lifetimes behind bars. Robert Hansen, an FBI agent who betrayed his country for decades, stood stone-faced as a judge handed down 15 consecutive life sentences for the worst espionage case in American history. The moment these criminals realized their fate, unforgettable. Let's dive in.
We lost 95% of what we had.
I think what he did is despicable.
On a cold December morning in 2008, FBI agents entered a luxurious Manhattan penthouse and placed handcuffs on a 70-year-old man in a bathrobe. This wasn't a random criminal. This was Bernard Madoff, a Wall Street legend who had served as NASDAQ chairman and advised the SEC on market regulations. Within hours, the financial world would be rocked by news that would send shockwaves through markets already reeling from the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. For decades, investors had clamored to put their money with Bernie Madoff. His investment firm promised steady returns of 10 to 12% regardless of market conditions, a track record so consistent it seemed almost magical. Celebrities, billionaires, charities, and pension funds poured money into his funds, trusting the man whose reputation on Wall Street seemed bulletproof. Behind the prestigious office at the Lipstick Building and the executive client list, Madoff was running a simple but massive fraud. No actual trading occurred. Instead, he deposited investor funds into a single Chase Manhattan bank account. When clients wanted withdrawals, he simply paid them using money from newer investors. The classic definition of a Ponzi scheme. The scam worked for years because Madoff was strategic about which clients he accepted. He often turned potential investors away, creating an aura of exclusivity that made others more desperate to invest. He cultivated relationships with wealthy individuals in elite social circles who brought in friends and family, creating a network of trust that shielded him from scrutiny.
He was getting people to invest in his trading, in his hedge fund.
By late 2008, the financial crisis triggered a flood of withdrawal requests that Madoff couldn't fulfill. With only $300 million left, but $65 billion supposedly under management, his mathematical impossibility was about to collapse. On December 10, 2008, he confessed to his sons that the investment business was all a lie. The next day, they reported him to authorities. The true scale of Madoff's fraud stunned even seasoned financial investigators. His scheme had operated for at least 17 years, possibly much longer. Over 37,000 victims across 136 countries lost money. Many had invested their entire life savings, believing their money was in the hands of a financial genius. Charities closed their doors. Retirees returned to work. Lives were upended across the globe. What drove Madoff to commit such an enormous fraud? His motives seemed tied to his pathological need to maintain the appearance of success. When legitimate investments failed in the early 1990s, rather than admit defeat, he created fictional returns. The lie snowballed until it became too big to escape. The man who built his reputation on financial wizardry became trapped in a mathematical certainty. Eventually, the money would run out. On March 12, 2009, Madoff pleaded guilty to 11 federal felonies. He claimed to be sorry, though prosecutors noted he never helped recover funds or named accomplices. The investigation revealed he had never actually purchased a single security for his investment advisory clients during the entire time his scheme operated. Not one stock, bond, or option. The human cost became clear through victim impact statements. People described losing homes, canceling medical treatments, and watching retirement dreams evaporate overnight. One elderly couple now lived in a basement. Another survived on food stamps. A charity that had supported terminally ill children closed its doors. The collective pain was immeasurable. On June 29, 2009, Madoff entered the courtroom for sentencing. Judge Denny Chin had reviewed hundreds of victim statements. When he announced the 150-year sentence, the maximum allowed, gasps echoed through the courtroom. Madoff's typically impassive face twitched slightly, the only crack in his composed facade. The unprecedented sentence for a white-collar criminal sent a clear message. As Madoff was led away, victims in the gallery broke into applause. Outside the courthouse, they spoke of mixed emotions. Satisfaction at the sentence, but the painful knowledge that most would never recover their money. Madoff spent his remaining years at the federal prison in Butner, North Carolina. His wife, Ruth, who claimed no knowledge of the scheme, faced public scorn, and abandoned their luxury lifestyle. His son Mark died by suicide exactly 2 years after his father's arrest. His son Andrew died of cancer in 2014, having never reconciled with his father. On April 14, 2021, Bernie Madoff died in prison at age 82, having served less than 12 years of his 150-year sentence. When news of his death broke, victims expressed not joy, but a hollow sense that justice, while served through the sentence, could never truly repair the damage done. While Madoff's 150-year sentence shocked the financial world, he wasn't Wall Street's only criminal to face a century behind bars. Alan Stanford built an offshore empire that promised impossible returns, until investigators uncovered the disturbing truth hiding in his Caribbean banking paradise.
It was an empire that made him rich until today's conviction.
In February 2009, federal agents surrounded a luxury office building in Houston, Texas. Inside, Alan Stanford, a billionaire financier, cricket promoter, and knight of Antigua, was about to face a stunning fall from the heights of wealth and power. His private jets, yacht collection, and sprawling mansions were built on a foundation of lies that was finally crumbling beneath him. The man who once landed his helicopter on Lord's Cricket Ground in London with $20 million in cash would soon trade his custom suits for prison uniforms. For 2 decades, Stanford International Bank attracted investors with promises of impossibly high returns on certificates of deposit. Operating from the tiny Caribbean island of Antigua, Stanford offered interest rates consistently higher than banks anywhere else in the world. Wealthy clients from over 100 countries, particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean, poured money into his offshore accounts, trusting the charismatic Texan with the wide smile and expensive taste. Behind the glossy brochures and prestigious offices in Houston, Miami, and beyond, Stanford was running a scheme remarkably similar to Bernie Madoff's, but with a twist. He created an elaborate fiction around his investment strategy, claiming to use a proprietary algorithm that somehow beat market returns year after year. He even fabricated financial statements and bribed local regulators to avoid scrutiny. Stanford used his growing fortune to transform himself from Texas businessman to international celebrity.
Stanford organization today maintains in excess of $10 billion.
He became the largest private employer and landowner in Antigua, where the government knighted him in 2006. He launched the Stanford 2020 cricket tournament with a $20 million prize, the largest in cricket history. He sponsored professional golf tournaments and tennis matches. Each high-profile event further burnished his image of legitimacy and success. But in early 2009, as global markets reeled from the financial crisis, the SEC launched an investigation into Stanford's operations. What they uncovered was staggering: a $7 billion Ponzi scheme affecting over 30,000 investors across 136 countries. Unlike Madoff, who mostly targeted wealthy Americans, Stanford had built a truly global fraud empire. What drove Stanford to orchestrate such an elaborate fraud? His motive combined greed with an insatiable hunger for status and recognition. The son of a modest Texas insurance salesman, Stanford craved legitimacy and fame. He wasn't content with merely being rich. He wanted to be seen as a financial genius and global power broker. The fraud allowed him to craft the image of success he desperately sought, even paying for a self-published vanity biography titled Stanford: The Man, the Money, the Vision. As federal agents closed in, Stanford attempted to flee the country. He tried to charter a private jet to Antigua, but was tracked down before he could escape. When agents finally arrested him on February 17, 2009, they found a man still clinging to the belief he could somehow talk his way out of trouble. In June 2011, Stanford went on trial in Houston. Prosecutors presented evidence showing how he had systematically stolen investor funds, falsified records, and bribed officials. Unlike Madoff, Stanford maintained his innocence, claiming his investment strategy was legitimate and blaming the government for destroying his business. After a 6-week trial, the jury took just 3 hours to find Stanford guilty on 13 counts of fraud, conspiracy, and obstruction. The verdict was unanimous. The cricket-loving knight from Antigua had engineered one of the largest financial frauds in history. On June 14, 2012, 62-year-old Alan Stanford stood before Judge David Hittner for sentencing. Gone was the tailored suit and confident swagger. Instead, Stanford appeared in prison-issued orange scrubs, thinner and grayer than during his high-flying days. As the judge prepared to announce the sentence, Stanford asked to speak. For nearly half an hour, he maintained his innocence, blaming the government and receivers for destroying his legitimate business. When he finished, Judge Hittner delivered his decision: 110 years in federal prison, just 40 years short of Madoff's sentence. As the number echoed through the Houston courtroom, Stanford's face froze in disbelief. The sentence was effectively a life term for the man who once controlled a banking empire. Several of his victims were present, watching silently as the reality of his punishment sank in. Outside the courthouse, they expressed satisfaction with the lengthy sentence, though many knew they would never recover their life savings. Stanford was sent to a high-security federal prison in Florida. His knighthood was stripped, his cricket tournament disbanded, and his empire dismantled. By 2025, after nearly 16 years of legal battles, the last lawsuits related to his fraud were finally settled. The total recovery for victims: about 5 cents on the dollar for their lost investments. While financial fraudsters like Stanford received century-long sentences for stealing billions, our next case involves a more sinister betrayal. Charles Ng committed crimes so horrific that a California judge handed down a sentence that made sure he would never walk free again.
One man would face trial for this atrocity. What kind of justice would he get?
In June 1985, a routine shoplifting arrest at a California hardware store set off a chain of events that would uncover one of the most disturbing crime sprees in American history. The suspect, Charles Ng, had stolen a vise and fled the scene. When police searched his partner's cabin in the Sierra Nevada mountains, they discovered a hidden bunker containing videotapes, journals, and evidence that would shock even the most seasoned investigators. What began as a simple theft case would lead to one of the longest, most expensive trials in California history, and an unprecedented sentence. Charles Ng, a Hong Kong native and former U.S. Marine, had paired up with a man named Leonard Lake to commit crimes that began to surface after Ng's shoplifting arrest. When Lake was captured, he swallowed a cyanide pill and died in custody, leaving Ng as the lone surviving suspect. As investigators examined the remote cabin property in Calaveras County, they made a horrifying discovery. Buried on the grounds were the remains of at least 11 people, men, women, and others who had mysteriously disappeared from nearby communities. Inside the cabin, police found handwritten journals detailing the crimes along with videotapes showing the victims in captivity. The evidence revealed that beginning in 1984, Ng and Lake had been luring people to the cabin, often targeting couples or families. They used classified ads for work or items for sale to find their victims. Once at the property, the victims were separated and held captive before being eliminated. Personal belongings of the victims were kept as trophies, while their bodies were buried on the property. One victim, Paul Costner, had disappeared after meeting Lake, who entered his ad to sell a Honda. Another victim, Harvey Dubbs, had vanished along with his family after advertising camera equipment. The pattern became clear. The killers were hunting for victims through seemingly innocent classified advertisements. While Lake died before facing justice, Ng fled to Canada after the shoplifting incident. He was caught shoplifting again in Calgary, setting off an international legal battle that would delay his trial for years. Canada refused to extradite him without assurance he wouldn't face the death penalty, leading to diplomatic tensions between the countries. After 6 years of legal wrangling, Ng was finally returned to California in 1991 to face murder charges.
I can't trust them, I can't talk to them, I can't put my life in their hands.
But the delays were just the beginning. Ng fired multiple attorneys, filed countless motions, and used every legal maneuver to postpone his trial. The case became a symbol of everything wrong with the justice system, a suspect seemingly controlling the courts through endless delays. The trial finally began in 1998, 13 years after the crimes were discovered. By then, the case had become the most expensive in California history, costing taxpayers over $20 million. Prosecutors presented evidence from the cabin, including journals describing the crimes in disturbing detail. Most damning were videotapes showing Ng taunting captive victims. What drove Ng to commit such crimes? His motive appeared to be a disturbing desire for control and domination. The journals recovered from the cabin described a twisted fantasy world where victims were treated as possessions. Ng, who had been dishonorably discharged from the Marines for stealing weapons, had found in Lake a partner who shared his dark impulses. Together, they created a hidden world where they could exert total power over others. After a trial lasting 8 months, the jury found Ng guilty on 11 counts of first-degree murder in February 1999. The evidence, particularly the videotapes showing him with his victims, proved too overwhelming to overcome. Despite his attempts to blame everything on the deceased Lake, jurors saw Ng as an equal participant in the crimes. During the penalty phase, prosecutors pushed for the death penalty, while the defense presented evidence of Ng's troubled childhood in Hong Kong, where he faced strict discipline from his father. They argued that his military training had desensitized him to violence. The jury deliberated for 2 weeks before recommending the death penalty. On July 1, 1999, Charles Ng entered a San Francisco courtroom for sentencing. Now 38 years old, he had spent nearly 14 years in custody since his crimes were discovered. As victims' family members watched, Judge John Ryan prepared to deliver the sentence. Judge Ryan sentenced Ng to death, plus 11 consecutive life sentences without parole and an additional 75 years. As the unprecedented punishment was announced, Ng's typically impassive face briefly showed shock before returning to the blank stare he had maintained throughout much of the trial. Families of victims showed visible relief as the sentence was read, some clutching photos of their lost loved ones. Outside the courthouse, they expressed satisfaction with the outcome, but noted that no punishment could bring back those they had lost. For decades, Ng remained on death row at San Quentin State Prison while his case went through numerous appeals. In 2022, the California Supreme Court upheld his death sentence, rejecting claims of trial errors. However, with California's moratorium on executions, Ng continues to serve his multiple life sentences. In a final twist to the case, forensic technology continues to identify additional victims. As recently as 2022, investigators used DNA to identify remains found at the cabin as those of Reginald Frisbee, a victim who had been missing since 1984. 4 decades after the crimes, the full toll of Ng's actions continues to emerge. While Charles Ng received multiple life sentences for his role in a killing spree, our next case features a different kind of betrayal. Robert Hansen, an FBI agent sworn to protect America, secretly sold its most valuable secrets to Russia for decades, earning him 15 consecutive life sentences without parole.
Hansen received payments of $1.4 million in cash and diamonds.
On a freezing February morning in 2001, FBI agents surrounded a park in suburban Virginia. They watched as one of their own, a 25-year veteran counterintelligence agent, knelt down near a footbridge and taped a garbage bag to the underside. Inside the package, classified documents bound for Russian intelligence. When Robert Hansen stood up, his colleagues swarmed in, guns drawn. The master spy, who had outsmarted America's best intelligence minds for 2 decades, was finally caught red-handed. No one could have imagined the sentence that awaited the man who committed what the FBI calls the worst intelligence disaster in U.S. history. Robert Hansen wasn't just any FBI agent. He headed counterintelligence units responsible for catching Russian spies. He had access to America's most guarded secrets. Behind his reputation as a straight-laced family man and devout Catholic lay a breathtaking deception that began in 1979. While the FBI trusted him to protect America's secrets, Hansen was secretly meeting with KGB officers, passing them classified documents in exchange for diamonds and cash. His first package to the Russians included the names of 3 KGB officers who were working as double agents for the United States. All 3 were later executed. What made Hansen so dangerous was his insider knowledge of FBI operations. He knew exactly how the Bureau tracked spies and could avoid their detection methods. He never used his real name with the Russians, identifying himself only as B or Ramon or Jim Baker. He communicated through coded signals, dead drops, and encrypted messages, leaving few traces of his activities. For years, American intelligence officials knew they had a mole but couldn't identify him. They wrongly charged and investigated other agents while Hansen continued his betrayal. Between 1979 and 2001, with only a brief pause in the 1980s, he passed over 6,000 pages of documents to Russian intelligence, including details of U.S. nuclear programs, early warning systems, and plans for defending against a nuclear attack. By the late 1990s, the FBI was desperate to find the traitor in their midst. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A Russian intelligence officer defected with a file that included fingerprints from an American spy. Those prints led to Hansen, shocking FBI leadership who had never suspected this seemingly boring, computer-savvy agent. Instead of arresting him immediately, the FBI put Hansen under surveillance, watching his every move. They placed hidden cameras in his office, bugged his car, and monitored his computer activity. They created a special job for him at FBI headquarters where they could keep him away from sensitive information while gathering evidence.
He is driven by demons. He is driven by thoughts, unwanted thoughts.
What drove this man to betray his country? Hansen's motive wasn't primarily ideological. He wasn't a communist sympathizer like early Cold War spies. Money played a significant role. The Russians paid him over $1.4 million in cash and diamonds, allowing him to pay off his mortgage and support his large family. But psychological factors may have been even more important. Colleagues described Hansen as brilliant but socially awkward, resentful of being underappreciated at the FBI. Espionage gave him a secret life where he felt powerful and superior to his unsuspecting colleagues. On February 18, 2001, FBI surveillance teams followed Hansen to Foxstone Park in Vienna, Virginia. They watched as he performed what would be his final dead drop, leaving classified material for his Russian handlers. As he walked away from the drop site, agents closed in and arrested America's most damaging spy. Facing overwhelming evidence, including his fingerprints on documents found in Russian files, Hansen struck a deal with prosecutors. To avoid the death penalty, he agreed to extensive debriefings to reveal the full extent of his espionage. In July 2001, he pleaded guilty to 15 counts of espionage and conspiracy. The damage assessment was devastating. Hansen had compromised dozens of human sources and operations, leading to the deaths of at least 3 Russian double agents. He revealed the existence of an intelligence tunnel under the Soviet embassy in Washington and exposed America's contingency plans for nuclear war. FBI Director Louis Freeh called it possibly the worst intelligence disaster in U.S. history. On May 10, 2002, 58-year-old Robert Hansen entered a packed federal courtroom in Alexandria, Virginia for sentencing. Gone was the confident FBI agent, replaced by a pale, diminished figure in a green prison jumpsuit. His wife Bonnie and their 6 children sat rigidly in the gallery, their faces masks of grief and shame. When Judge Claude Hilton announced the sentence, 15 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, Hansen's shoulders slumped visibly. The judge added that he would spend the rest of his life in solitary confinement. As the unprecedented punishment echoed through the courtroom, Hansen's composed facade finally cracked. His hands trembled as he gripped the defense table. Hansen was sent to the federal Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado, where he spent 23 hours daily in a concrete cell with no view of the outside world. He died there on June 5, 2023, at age 79, having served 21 years of his 15 life sentences. Even in death, he remains the only FBI agent ever convicted of espionage against the United States, a traitor who earned the harshest sentence ever given to an American spy. While Robert Hansen received 15 life sentences for betraying his country, our final case involves the ultimate punishment in the American justice system. Bobby Joe Long's reign of terror ended with a sentence designed to permanently remove him from society: death by lethal injection.
The seeds of Robert Long's capture were planted 2 weeks ago tonight.
In the fall of 1984, Tampa, Florida was gripped by terror. Women were vanishing at an alarming rate, their bodies later found in orange groves and vacant lots across Hillsborough County. Police scrambled to connect the dots as the body count rose to 10 in just 8 months. The killer seemed unstoppable until he made a crucial mistake. He let one victim live to tell. This survivor would help bring down one of Florida's most notorious criminals and set in motion a legal case that would take 35 years to reach its final chapter. Bobby Joe Long's path to becoming a serial killer began long before the Tampa murders. As a child, he suffered multiple head injuries that may have altered his brain function. In adulthood, a motorcycle accident caused further damage, leaving him with mood swings and obsessive behaviors. His marriage fell apart, and by 1980, Long was on a criminal path in Florida. He started with a series of home invasions, targeting women who advertised items for sale in newspapers. In 1984, his crimes escalated dramatically. In May, the body of Artise Ann Wick was discovered, the first in what would become a terrifying pattern. Over the next 8 months, 9 more women were found murdered across Tampa Bay. Each victim showed similar evidence, linking the crimes to a single perpetrator. Law enforcement was baffled. The killer left few clues and seemed to strike at random. Panic spread through the community as women feared they might be next. The press dubbed him the classified ad murderer and later the Tampa Bay Killer. Despite assembling a task force of 50 officers, police couldn't catch the man responsible for these brutal crimes. On November 3, 1984, Long made the mistake that would end his killing spree. He abducted Lisa McVeigh, but for reasons never fully explained, decided to release her after 26 hours. McVeigh, showing remarkable presence of mind, had secretly memorized details about her captor during her ordeal, the car he drove, the route they took, even a rare red carpet in his apartment. Once free, McVeigh provided police with crucial information. She described Long's vehicle as a red Dodge Magnum with a damaged dashboard. She recalled glimpsing an ATM receipt and elements of his apartment. These details gave investigators their first solid lead in the case that had stumped them for months.
He was a monster. He is still a monster until the day he takes his last breath.
Using McVeigh's description and partial plate numbers, police identified Bobby Joe Long as a potential suspect. Surveillance teams tracked him for days, collecting DNA evidence from items he discarded. When the DNA matched evidence from the murder scenes, they moved in for the arrest on November 16, 1984. Long's motive appeared tied to deep-seated anger towards women, particularly after his divorce. Psychological evaluations revealed a man with severe emotional problems, possibly worsened by his head injuries. He targeted women who resembled his ex-wife, or who he perceived as vulnerable. The randomness of his victim selection made him particularly dangerous. He had no specific type, beyond opportunity and isolation. Following his arrest, Long confessed to 8 murders in the Tampa area, along with dozens of other attacks across Florida. In 1985, he faced multiple trials for his crimes. In July, he was convicted of first-degree murder in the killing of Virginia Johnson and sentenced to death. Additional convictions and death sentences followed for the murders of Michelle Sims, Karen Dinsfriend, and others. Long's legal team filed numerous appeals over the years, claiming his brain injuries had affected his ability to control his actions. They presented evidence of abnormal brain scans and childhood trauma. Despite these efforts, the courts upheld his convictions and death sentences. After decades of appeals, in April 2019, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed Long's death warrant, setting his execution for May 23, 2019. On execution day, Bobby Joe Long, now 65 years old, entered the death chamber at Florida State Prison. Among the witnesses was Lisa McVeigh, the woman whose escape and testimony had led to his capture 35 years earlier. As Long was strapped to the gurney, his face showed little emotion, a stark contrast to the families watching from behind the glass. At 6:55 p.m., the process began. Long's last words were a simple no when asked if he had a final statement. Within minutes, the man responsible for at least 10 murders was pronounced dead. The process had lasted just 12 minutes. As witnesses exited the prison, their reactions varied. Some family members expressed relief that a chapter had finally closed. Others noted that no punishment could bring back their loved ones. McVeigh, now a sheriff's deputy who had built a career helping victims, told reporters that watching Long's execution brought her a sense of closure. The case that had terrified Tampa in 1984 was officially over. Long's death marked the end of one of Florida's longest capital punishment cases, 35 years from first death sentence to execution. For the families of Artis and Wick, Chanel Williams, Karen Dinsfriend, Kimberly Hobbs, Virginia Johnson, Kim Swan, Elizabeth Loudenbach, Michelle Sims, and Vicki Elliott, for the next case shows tragedy, and the consequences can be just as devastating.
Came over and was holding his head. Somebody was holding a wound on his leg, and then they said he stopped breathing. So somebody started CPR.
On May 28, 2015, a sunny day in San Diego, U.S. Navy Chief Petty Officer Zachary Bube, 39, went for a ride on his red Ducati motorcycle. He was a man who had served his country for 20 years, a gunner's mate and part of Navy Special Warfare Command. His family described him as quick-witted, full of life, and someone whose laughter brought joy to everyone around him. But that day, his journey took a tragic turn. While riding on northbound Interstate 5 near E Street in Chula Vista, Zach encountered 27-year-old Darla Jackson driving a Nissan Altima. Witnesses reported that there was a heated argument between Darla and Zach, veering into his lane aggressively.
And was that from the beginning to the end, or just at certain points?
Yeah, from the beginning to the end.
Zach kicked the side of her car and tried to ride away, but Jackson didn't let it go. Claiming she wanted his license plate number, she began chasing him down the freeway. As the chase continued, Jackson drove recklessly, swerving and speeding to keep up with Zach. Witnesses later testified that her behavior was alarming, and her car seemed to intentionally close in on him. The encounter between Zach and Darla Jackson reached a tragic conclusion on State Road 54. As Zach tried to escape the tense situation, he weaved across lanes, attempting to take an off-ramp and put some distance between himself and Darla. However, she continued the chase, driving dangerously fast, reportedly reaching speeds of up to 95 miles per hour. In a heartbreaking moment, Darla's car struck Zach's motorcycle at 81 miles per hour. The impact sent Zach tumbling off his bike, leaving him critically injured. Emergency responders rushed him to a nearby hospital, doing everything they could to save his life.
Witness statements, it appeared that it was a deliberate and intentional act.
Despite their efforts, Zach's injuries were too severe, and he passed away just an hour later. What began as a tense road incident turned into a devastating loss, leaving Zach's loved ones and the community mourning the tragic outcome of that fateful day. Initially charged with murder, Darla Jackson claimed the incident was an accident. In 2017, she pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter, admitting her actions but maintaining she never intended to harm Zach. Despite her defense, which included claims of severe complex trauma disorder and a clean criminal record before the incident, the judge's words echoed through the courtroom as he sentenced her to 6 years in prison. As soon as Darla heard those words, the tears flowed freely and she could no longer hold back her emotions. The courtroom became filled with the sound of her sobs as Darla began to cry uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the reality of the sentence.
And he's gone. And I miss him.
His family and friends were left with an irreplaceable void, while Jackson's actions not only took a life, but also shattered her future and that of her 5-year-old daughter. Zach's family expressed their pain and disappointment in the sentence. His mother, Kathy, said, "It's extremely hard to believe that this has happened to our family."
From a mother's heart. We still find it extremely hard to believe that this has happened to our family.
The tragic death of Zach Bube serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly reckless decisions can lead to irreversible consequences. A moment of anger on the road cost a life, broke a family, and left a community mourning the loss of a beloved service member who had survived countless dangers abroad only to lose his life at home.
They just want justice for Zach, and today was a good start.
Jackson's reckless actions on the road cost a life. Our next case shows heinous acts committed by those who hide behind a badge.
Some of the notes is some of Sherry's friends said that you and her were having a problem because of the John situation.
On February 24, 1986, a nurse named Sherry Rasmussen was found dead in her Los Angeles apartment. She had been brutally attacked by someone who seemed to have a personal motive, and the crime scene was staged to look like a robbery. At first, the case went cold, but after years of investigation, new evidence surfaced. DNA at the scene eventually linked the killer to Stephanie Lazarus, a Los Angeles police officer who had previously dated Sherry's husband. Stephanie Lazarus, a seasoned detective at the time of the murder, killed Sherry after a long-standing grudge over her ex-boyfriend, Sherry's husband. Despite being a member of the police force, Lazarus kept her involvement a secret for more than 2 decades. For many years, Sherry Rasmussen's murder remained unsolved, and Stephanie Lazarus continued her life as if nothing had happened. As an LAPD officer, she maintained her position, keeping up the appearance of an upstanding citizen. But behind the badge, she carried the dark secret of what she had done. The community was left in confusion, trying to make sense of the senseless crime, while Sherry's family, devastated by the loss of their loved one, fought tirelessly for answers. They never lost hope, and their determination to seek justice never wavered. Despite the passage of time, the case remained cold, but in 2009, after more than 2 decades, a breakthrough came. DNA evidence, carefully preserved from the crime scene, was finally linked to Lazarus. The long wait for justice was over. The family, who had lived with the painful uncertainty of Sherry's death, now faced the harsh reality of the truth.
It's a DNA sample, a buccal swab, so we can identify or eliminate you. Would you be willing to do that?
Maybe. Because I know this,
After Stephanie Lazarus was arrested for the murder of Sherry Rasmussen, she denied any involvement and maintained her innocence. She told investigators that she had nothing to do with Sherry's death, but as the case unfolded, the truth started to emerge. It was discovered that on that fateful day in February 1986, Lazarus went to Sherry's apartment. There, she attacked Sherry, striking her with a vase. The violent assault didn't stop there. Lazarus then shot Sherry 3 times in the chest, using a pillow to muffle the sound of the gunshots, making it appear as though the crime was a botched robbery. Lazarus went to great lengths to stage the scene, hoping to confuse the investigators and lead them to believe it was a random crime. Despite her attempts to cover her tracks, the truth was undeniable. The case, which had once been cold, was now a story of betrayal, lies, and a crime that took far too long to uncover.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Stephanie Eileen Lazarus, guilty of the crime of murder of Sherry Rasmussen.
Lazarus was convicted of first-degree murder in 2012. During the trial, she didn't show any remorse. She gave strange reactions.
Waive time and agree to continue your arraignment to July 6th this year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Despite her conviction, she was granted parole in 2023. But after public outcry and further examination of her case, a new review panel found good cause to reverse the decision. The family, though relieved, still struggles with the idea that Lazarus might eventually be released. The Rasmussen family felt an overwhelming sense of justice when Lazarus was initially convicted, but the reversal of her parole decision reignited their pain. Sherry's family now hopes for a final decision to keep Lazarus in prison, where they believe she belongs. The prosecutor on the Rasmussen family's behalf read their statement.
Marlise, Marie, and Sarah were so loved by our families, and they are greatly missed. We take solace in finally having the answers we have longed for.
The story of Stephanie Lazarus is a haunting reminder that even those in positions of power, like police officers, are not immune to committing horrific acts. Lazarus's case reveals how even those in power can hide dark secrets. Next, we dive into the case of Taniko Thompson, a young woman whose actions in a moment of desperation would lead to a devastating loss.
Just a little before she did what she done to my son. I can't believe this, really, I can't believe this.
Taniko Thompson, a former Atlanta police officer, was convicted of murdering her boyfriend. She showed no remorse, claiming self-defense, but evidence contradicted her story. In May 2014, Fort Lauderdale witnessed a tragic crime that shook the community. Miami police officer Carl Patrick, known for his dedication and compassion, was found dead in his Pembroke Pines home. His live-in girlfriend, Taniko Thompson, claimed self-defense, but her actions and inconsistencies painted a different picture. Carl Patrick was a dedicated Miami police officer who spent his life serving others. In May 2014, his life was tragically cut short when he was found dead in his Pembroke Pines home, still wearing his uniform. The person responsible was his live-in girlfriend, Taniko Thompson, who claimed she shot Carl in self-defense because he had been offensive. However, prosecutors uncovered troubling facts that cast doubt on her story. After the shooting, Thompson took Carl's phone, preventing him from calling for help. Instead of seeking assistance, she fabricated a pregnancy and even used his credit cards after his death. These actions painted a picture of deceit rather than desperation. Carl's mother, Lucille Patrick, was heartbroken by the loss of her son. She stood firm against Thompson's claim of mistreatment, describing Carl as a kind-hearted man who loved Taniko deeply. "My son was good to that lady and loved her so much he couldn't see the ugly in her," Lucille said, her grief palpable.
My son was good to that lady, and he loved her so much that he could not see the ugly in her.
The trial was filled with conflicting stories, leaving the courtroom divided. Taniko Thompson's family begged for mercy, describing her as a compassionate person and claiming she was a victim of mistreatment. They pleaded with the court to consider her difficult past and alleged struggles. However, the prosecutors presented a very different picture. They argued there was no proof of the mistreatment Thompson had described. Instead, they focused on her actions after the shooting, which appeared calculated and heartless, leaving Carl Patrick to die. Later, she misused his credit cards and faked a pregnancy, showing a lack of remorse and responsibility for her actions. When it was time for sentencing, Thompson addressed Carl's grieving mother. Fighting back tears, she said, "I didn't mean for him to die. I did it to defend myself." But her words didn't bring comfort or change the outcome. The family saw her apology as too little, too late. The court ultimately sided with the evidence, finding Thompson guilty. For Carl's loved ones, her actions spoke louder than words, leaving them with heartbreak and a sense of betrayal they would carry forever. In August 2016, Taniko Thompson was found guilty of second-degree murder. On November 4th, 2016, she was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole, but she didn't show any remorse. Judge Jeffrey Cohen delivered the sentence, bringing a sense of justice to Patrick's loved ones. The courtroom was filled with mixed emotions, sorrow, relief, and anger. Patrick's family and friends hugged, finding some solace in the verdict. Lucille Patrick expressed gratitude, saying he couldn't kill that woman, but she did it. Despite the pain, she found comfort in knowing that her son's killer would be held accountable. The case serves as a grim reminder of how deception and tragedy can intertwine, leaving behind broken hearts and unanswered questions. Breaking news! Evil Lives Here now has merch. Support the channel and grab your gear today. Check the link in the description. Taniko Thompson's actions left a family heartbroken in disbelief. From Wall Street schemers to dangerous predators, these criminals face sentences that stun the world. Their shocked faces in court show the moment they realized their freedom was gone forever. While some received more years than humanly possible to serve, others faced punishment that ended their lives completely. The justice system's message was clear. Some crimes demand the ultimate price.
The different times that I have caused people's deaths or caused them discomfort through the influence, I believe it was the influence of that.
I just have a habit of pushing the bleach because I don't know when it was last done, and I don't want to kill my patients.
Pushing the bleach.
The bleach?
Yeah.
I'm just picturing my father as her patient and what he went through and how he couldn't talk and how he couldn't say help and how nobody cared and how he lied in that bed and had to die.
Beyond comforting scrubs and caring smiles lies a chilling truth. Some nurses don't save lives, they take them. From Kimberly Sign's twisted experiments to Redonda Vaught's fatal mistake, These healthcare professionals turned hospitals into hunting grounds. They weren't just caregivers, they were killers in disguise. Let's begin. In 2008, patients at a Texas dialysis clinic started dying under strange circumstances. One by one, people who came in for routine care were collapsing. Families were left in shock, doctors were confused, and no one could explain what was happening. Until one name kept coming up: Kimberly Clark Sines. Kimberly was a licensed practical nurse at the DaVita Dialysis Clinic in Lufton, Texas. On paper, she seemed like a caring medical professional, but behind closed doors, she had a history of substance addiction and mistreatment, had been fired from multiple jobs, and had even been caught stealing painkillers. And yet, she was still hired to care for patients who depended on life-saving treatment. However, in April 2008, things took a terrifying turn. That month alone, 30 emergency calls were made from the clinic, more than the previous year. Patients were having heart attacks and their blood pressure would crash suddenly, and several of them died. Paramedics began to raise concerns. Something was clearly wrong. After 2 patients died on the same day, DaVita sent an internal coordinator to the clinic to investigate. But even under watch, people kept getting sick. Then came the turning point. 2 patients, Marva Rohn and Carolyn Rissinger, collapsed right in front of witnesses. One of those witnesses saw something horrifying. Kimberly was seen doing something unusual with the dialysis machine, which raised concerns. The bucket she used and the syringes were found to contain traces of bleach. Kimberly said she was cleaning a machine, but the way she did it wasn't allowed by company rules. The clinic was temporarily closed and authorities began an investigation. Eventually, it was discovered that her actions had put patients' lives in danger. Forensic teams discovered that Kimberly had been present every single time a patient had coded or died. When they searched her computer, they found searches like "Can bleach kill you?" and "Bleach injection death." She even mentioned bleach before the detectives brought it up. Her digital trail betrayed her.
Let's go backwards to Clark Goldband. I want to hear the facts. Who is this woman? She's what, in her 30s?
Investigators brought in a scientist from the CDC to help with the case. After testing blood samples, he found a rare chemical marker that appears only when certain cleaning agents enter the bloodstream. This marker showed that something harmful had affected the patient's blood, leading to serious health problems. It was the evidence they needed to confirm what had happened. But why would a nurse do this? Co-workers said Kimberly hated some of the patients. Others said she was overwhelmed, battling addiction, and hated her job. Some believed she wanted attention or was trying to act like a hero in a crisis she created. Whatever the reason, she played with lives like they meant nothing.
With bleach, 10 dialysis patients with bleach, 5 of them died as a result, Nancy. 5 others were injured in one terrifying case.
In 2012, Kimberly Clark Sines was convicted of killing 5 patients and trying to kill 5 more. She was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole, plus 60 extra years. However, she had no shame for her act.
And here's the thing, this wasn't her first time at the rodeo rather.
Prosecutors believed there were even more victims, but they couldn't collect enough evidence to pursue further charges. During sentencing, the daughter of one of the victims stood up and said, "You are nothing more than a psychopathic serial killer. I hope you burn in hell." Today, Kimberly is locked away in a Texas prison, but the pain she caused still lingers. Families came to the clinic for healing, and instead, they found heartbreak. This case is a chilling reminder that sometimes evil wears a nurse's uniform. Our next case explores how a nurse's steady hands became the tools of a silent, calculated death.
I don't know, maybe it's my heart making me think it, I don't know, but I just keep thinking that something caught on fire and the smoke wouldn't allow him to wake up or something, and then the fire.
It was a quiet day in Morgantown, West Virginia, when tragedy struck the Michael family. On what seemed like a regular day in 2005, flames engulfed a family home on Killarney Drive. But what fire crews found inside was not just destruction, it was horror. The lifeless, burned body of Jimmy Michael lay in the ashes. His wife, Michelle Michael, a local nurse, claimed it was all an accident. But soon, the truth would unravel in a story that shocked the entire nation. Michelle told investigators she had no idea what happened. She had gone to work at Ruby Memorial Hospital and returned to find her home burned to the ground. But something didn't sit right with authorities. The fire looked suspicious, and what they'd find out next was even more disturbing. Jimmy Michael hadn't just died in the fire, he'd been killed. Investigators dug deeper. It turned out Michelle had access to a surgical substance called rocuronium, a powerful muscle relaxer used in medical procedures. Evidence showed she had injected her husband while he was in bed, paralyzing him.
Go to jail, go forever, for life.
Moreover, investigators revealed Jimmy was completely awake, unable to move as Michelle set the fire around him. He remained conscious for up to 16 minutes while the room burned, after Michelle set the fire and left for work. Police uncovered surveillance footage showing Michelle's car leaving the hospital parking lot at the same time the fire was reignited. Witnesses near the home said they saw her pulling out of the driveway around the same time smoke was first seen. The evidence was piling up, and the story was unraveling fast. Michelle finally admitted she had been having an affair, but denied killing her husband. She said she only lied to cover up the relationship. However, prosecutors believed there was more to the story. They suggested that Michelle might have been influenced by a large life insurance policy worth a significant amount of money. Coming from a traditional background and facing personal struggles, she may have felt overwhelmed by the situation, leading her to make a terrible choice. In 2007, a jury convicted Michelle Michael of first-degree murder and arson. She was sentenced to life in prison. Even now, nearly 20 years later, she's trying to get a new trial, claiming her original lawyer didn't do enough.
Michael's defense has until March to file all the necessary paperwork in an attempt to get her a new trial. From there, the state will have until August 2024 to respond.
But for now, she remains behind bars at Lakin Correctional Center, not eligible for parole until June 2nd, 2027. The heartbreak of this case lies not only in the brutal way Jimmy was killed, but in the betrayal. A wife, a nurse, someone sworn to protect and care, turned into the very source of pain. And as Jimmy lay helpless and aware, it wasn't just fire that consumed that bedroom. It was trust, love, and everything they once were. Our next case is pure merciless, where a nurse crossed a different line, killing not for control, but for twisted redemption.
Do you feel a sense of relief? Yes, and now I know that it wasn't God, and I'm ashamed of myself that happened, but I also think that it was.
It started like any other shift in a long-term care home. The patients were elderly, fragile, and in need of constant care. But no one expected that the very person meant to protect them was slowly ending their lives. Between 2007 and 2016, Elizabeth Wetlaufer, a registered nurse in Ontario, Canada, became one of the country's most shocking serial killers. She didn't use a knife or a gun. Her weapon? Insulin. For nearly a decade, Wetlaufer worked in various care homes. On the surface, she seemed like a normal nurse, troubled but kind to the residents, or so people thought. Behind closed doors, Elizabeth was struggling. She battled substance mistreatment, depression, and dark thoughts, but what no one realized was that those thoughts were slowly turning deadly. She began injecting elderly patients with insulin. Sometimes, it was just enough to harm. Other times, enough to kill, and said that she's giving them vitamin shots. For years, no one connected the dots. Patients were elderly, many already near the end of life. Their deaths didn't raise alarms. However, Elizabeth knew what she was doing. She confessed that she chose the most vulnerable people, those with dementia, the lonely, the weak.
That I identified with God telling me, this is what, this is how you work for me.
It wasn't until 2016 that everything unraveled. She entered rehab and, in a surprising turn, confessed to staff there that she had killed multiple people. Staff notified the police, and soon, a full investigation began. Police were stunned. She admitted everything, killing 8, 6 more attempts. She even gave names and dates and wrote a full confession by hand. The confession was deeply unsettling. Elizabeth spoke about intense feelings she called surges that seemed to overwhelm her. She described it as if something was pushing her to act in ways she didn't understand. She said she tried to resist and even confided in a pastor and a lawyer, but they didn't take her seriously. In one haunting moment, she described laughing after a killing. Not real laughter, but something deep inside her, like a cackle from the pit of hell. Elizabeth didn't kill for money, revenge, or fame. She claimed it was about control, something inside her that wanted to end suffering. Also, she admitted she knew what she was doing was wrong. In her own words, it was either God or the devil that told her to do it. But no matter what she believed, the result was the same. 14 victims harmed, 8 of them gone forever. In 2017, Elizabeth pleaded guilty to all charges. She didn't fight it. She was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. However, she showed no emotion for what she did.
I think she's sick. Literally sick. She needs help. She's a sick person, and she's lost in this world.
That means she won't even be eligible for release until 2041, and even then, it's unlikely she'll ever walk free again.
She was feisty.
Was she?
Yeah. She didn't hurt the nurses or anything. She's just very outspoken and feisty, and one night she said, I'm gonna die tonight.
She was sent to a high-security facility to receive treatment. Her nursing license was permanently revoked. The disciplinary board called her case the most disgraceful they had ever seen.
If you think 1950s Leave It to Beaver sort of image in your head, that's kind of the image that would be portrayed.
Families were left heartbroken, stunned that someone they trusted had betrayed them so deeply. The victims were parents, war veterans, teachers, and people who had lived full lives, only to be robbed of their final moments by someone meant to care for them. Elizabeth Wetlaufer didn't just break the law. She broke the bond of trust between caregivers and families across the nation. And for that, no sentence will ever feel like enough. Our next case reveals how a woman was denied, manipulated, and her life destroyed, all behind a fake smile.
That we as a society both trusted and trained how to use medicine. We gave her specialized knowledge, and she used it not negligently in her hospital, but intentionally in her home.
In a quiet Alabama neighborhood, a man vanished without a trace. His family grew terrified, and his wife remained calm, almost too calm. Behind the doors of an ordinary home, a deadly secret was hidden. A husband had been poisoned, a nurse had crafted a plan, and a young daughter was caught at the center of the storm. What happened to Jim Capello was not a tragic accident. It was a calculated act of darkness, carried out by someone with years of medical training and a hidden motive no one expected. On an ordinary day in September 2018, Jim's friends and family quickly sensed something was off. He wasn't the type to just vanish. Jim was reliable, always in touch, but what truly raised eyebrows was his wife, Nikki. She didn't report him missing and didn't seem concerned, and her strange behavior only deepened the growing suspicion. The police began their search, and not long after, Jim's lifeless body was discovered.
And she began driving to their South Huntsville home. Henderson testified when she got to the house, it was already taped off, swarmed with police.
His cause of death was insulin poisoning, but Jim wasn't diabetic. He had no reason to have insulin in his system. Investigators looked deeper and found something even more disturbing. Nikki, a registered nurse at the time, had access to insulin and the medical knowledge to use it fatally. The evidence pointed clearly in one direction. This wasn't an accident. It was planned to kill.
However, the lead prosecutor says Capello shows no actual signs of remorse.
Prosecutors revealed that Nikki had poisoned her husband, likely believing no one would suspect a nurse, a mother, and a wife. But her plan quickly unraveled when family members made an unannounced visit to the house. In a panic, she attempted to move Jim's body. However, it was already too late. A friend she called for help refused to get involved. From there, the truth began to surface, and soon, Nikki was arrested and charged with murder. While a clear motive wasn't publicly confirmed, many close to the case believed there were growing tensions in their marriage. Financial stress, personal issues, and resentment may have pushed Nikki to commit the unthinkable.
Sister Jamie tells me Nikki is grasping at straws and that request was expected. Capello's defense team requested a new trial, arguing there was not enough evidence.
In July 2022, Nikki Capello was sentenced to life in prison. However, she chose to remain stone-faced and emotionless. Prosecutor Tim Douthat said it best: "We rarely meet someone truly unrepentant and evil. This was one of those times." Now, Nikki will spend the rest of her life behind bars. A civil lawsuit may follow as Jim's family continues fighting for justice. And Jim's daughter, Riley. Jim's sister, Jamie Wiest, who now has full custody of Riley, said something that broke hearts. She almost got away with it, but Jamie refused to give up. She was determined to find her brother, and she did. Our next case is pure dread. It reveals how a tragic error takes an innocent life.
And were emotional in saying that they believed Vaught deserved a second chance.
Knowing my mom the way my mom was and stuff, she wouldn't want to see her pull no jail time. But, that's just...
On December 27, 2017, at Vanderbilt University Medical Center, what was supposed to be a routine procedure turned into a tragedy. A 75-year-old woman named Charlene Murphy was admitted for a brain condition and needed a sedative to help her relax. But what she received instead would lead to one of the most controversial criminal trials in modern healthcare history. Charlene was supposed to get a dose of Versed, a commonly used sedative. Instead, nurse Redonda Vaught accidentally gave her vecuronium, a powerful paralyzing agent used in surgeries. Within minutes, Charlene couldn't breathe. She went into cardiac arrest and never recovered. Everyone knew it was a mistake, but the question that haunted the courtroom for years was it just a mistake, or was it a crime? When the case went to court, the story made headlines across the country. Nurses, doctors, and healthcare workers filled the courtroom in support of Redonda. Many wore their scrubs in quiet protest, fearing that if she was convicted, anyone in the medical field could go to prison for a mistake on the job.
Redonda Vaught recklessly ignored everything that she learned in school and everything that this pen represents.
However, prosecutors didn't see it as a simple error. They argued that Redonda bypassed multiple safety checks, ignored system alerts, and carelessly pulled the wrong substance from an electronic cabinet. They said this wasn't a moment of confusion. It was a series of poor decisions that led to a patient's death. After 4.5 years of legal delays, jury selection, and trial testimony, the verdict came in. Redonda Vaught was found guilty of criminally negligent homicide and mistreatment of an impaired adult, and sentenced to 3 years. Her face stayed calm, but her future had changed forever. The courtroom was silent, divided between heartbroken family members and supportive nurses.
Vanderbilt nurse sentenced this afternoon to 3 years of supervised probation.
As she listens, tears shed from her eyes. The final sentencing is expected in May, with up to 8 years of prison time possible.
I am forever and will be haunted by my role in her untimely passing.
Unlike other criminal trials, there was no talk of revenge or personal gain. Redonda didn't intend harm. She even admitted her mistake early on and showed genuine concern for Charlene's family. But the prosecution said intention doesn't erase responsibility, and that her negligence still cost a life.
Having issues which forced Redonda to override the normal safeguards. Vaught's defense attorney argues there are multiple people to blame for this death, but she is getting all the blame.
As a result of this negligence, Redonda lost her nursing license and now faces years behind bars.
They're showing their support for former Vanderbilt nurse Redonda Vaught. She was found guilty of criminally negligent homicide for giving a patient a fatal dose of...
Redonda addressed fellow healthcare workers after the trial, saying, "Don't let this defeat you. Keep doing your work with honesty. Hold on to your standards." The actions of these deadly nurses shattered the trust placed in them, turning places of healing into scenes of horror. Their reactions in court showed that no amount of remorse could undo the lives lost.
Do not remember this.
On the videos, on several of them.
Yeah.
In my movies, sadly, everybody died.
Me and my mother are Hurricane Katrina survivors.
Okay.
And my birth certificate was washed away in Katrina.
In the hotel room, it showed her laying on the ground on the rug.
The world has seen its fair share of ruthless criminals, but some crimes are so brutal and bizarre that they defy logic. These aren't just killers, they're the craziest killers. From Alton Coleman's chilling crime to Sean Finnegan's brutal attack, these killers crossed a line that changed their lives forever. Let's begin.
We, the jury, recommend that the sentence of death be imposed on the defendant, Alton Coleman.
On May 29, 1984, a mother named Juanita Wheat placed her trust in a man she thought was a friend. This man was Alton Coleman. He had befriended Juanita and spent time with her daughter, Vernita Wheat. But in an instant, that trust was broken. Coleman abducted Vernita and took her to Waukegan, Illinois. Days passed and Juanita's worst fears were confirmed. On June 19th, Vernita's lifeless body was discovered in an abandoned building. She had been assaulted and strangled. This was just the beginning of a terrifying crime spree that spread across 6 states, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Coleman was not alone in his rampage. His partner, Deborah Brown, stood by his side as they targeted innocent victims, young and old. Just 2 days after Vernita's murder, Coleman tricked a man named Robert Carpenter into letting him stay at his home. The next morning, Coleman stole Carpenter's car and disappeared. By June, Coleman and Brown had already attacked 2 more children, Annie Turks and her niece, Tamika Turks. While Annie miraculously survived, Tamika was not as fortunate. Her body was later found in a field, marking yet another tragedy, but Coleman and Brown did not stop there. They abducted and murdered 25-year-old Donna Williams, leaving her body to decompose miles away from her home. With each attack, the brutality escalated. In Ohio, the couple strangled a child named Rochelle Temple and her mother Virginia before stuffing their bodies in a crawl space. They also broke into homes, tied up residents, and stole from them. By the time authorities realized the magnitude of their crimes, the duo had become some of the most wanted criminals in America. As the killings continued, the FBI placed Alton Coleman on their 10 most wanted list. On July 13, 1984, Coleman and Brown's violence reached its peak when they brutally attacked Harry Walters and his wife Marlene. They arrived at their home, pretending to be interested in purchasing a camper that the couple had put up for sale. This was likely a ruse to gain entry into their home without raising suspicion. Once inside, Coleman and Brown carried out a violent assault. Harry Walters was badly injured and left unconscious, but managed to survive. Sadly, Marlene Walters did not. She lost her life in the attack.
Mrs. Walters was murdered, her husband beaten unconscious. The couple was found by their daughter.
Realizing they were being hunted, Coleman and Brown kept moving, switching vehicles, disguising themselves, and even kidnapping a college professor. However, their luck finally ran out on July 20th, 1984, when a man in Evanston, Illinois recognized Coleman and called the police. Officers quickly surrounded a park where the two were sitting. Brown tried to walk away as they approached, but she was caught and searched. Inside her purse was a loaded gun. Coleman was also searched, and a steak knife was found hidden in his socks. The nightmare was finally over. Justice moved swiftly. Ohio was given the first chance to prosecute them, and both were sentenced to death.
The application of such current must be continued until you are dead.
For the attack on Tawny Story and the murder of Marlene Walters, along with several other murders. Coleman, who had also received death sentences in Indiana and Illinois, appealed multiple times but failed to overturn his fate. On April 26, 2002, Alton Coleman was executed by lethal injection. His final act was reciting Psalm 23 before taking his last breath. Meanwhile, Brown's death sentence was eventually commuted to life in prison without parole due to her low IQ and what some called a master-slave relationship with Coleman. She remains behind bars, serving her sentence. Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown's crimes devastated families and spread fear. While Coleman faced execution, the pain he caused remains. Victims' families are left with memories and unanswered questions. Our next case reveals that sometimes the most chilling horrors are captured on camera by the killer himself.
What do you make of the man capable of doing that? What do you say about him?
That sounds like someone who's on drugs or something.
On February 26, 2024, Brian Stephen Smith sat in court, known as a memory card murderer, showing no emotion as his trial for the brutal murders of 2 Alaska Native women began. The crimes he committed were beyond horrific, and the evidence against him was overwhelming. Smith, originally from South Africa, had become a U.S. citizen shortly before his crimes. He targeted vulnerable women who were experiencing homelessness in Anchorage, Alaska. His actions were so cruel that even the judge described them as the stuff of nightmares. The case took a shocking turn in 2019 when a woman who had stolen Smith's phone made a horrifying discovery. On his phone was a video showing the torture and murder of 30-year-old Kathleen Henry. The woman quickly turned the footage over to the police, which led to an intense investigation. As detectives examined the video, they heard Smith's voice, his distinctive South African accent, narrating the brutal scene as if he were directing a horror film. "In my movies, everybody always dies," he said. He was seen beating and strangling Henry while telling her to die. Yet, that was only the first chapter. Smith later admitted to killing 52-year-old Veronica Abuchuk, who had been missing for 4 months. He said he picked her up while his wife was away, brought her home, and tragically took her life after an argument. He then left her remains north of Anchorage, where authorities later found evidence of the crime. During the trial, the jury was shown the gruesome videos, but the gallery was spared from witnessing the horror. Though Smith's face wasn't visible in the recordings, his chilling voice was enough to identify him. It took the jury less than 2 hours to find him guilty after a 3-week trial. Judge Kevin Saxby didn't hold back during sentencing. He made sure that Kathleen Henry and Veronica Abuchuk were not just remembered as victims, but as real people who deserved justice. Smith received a staggering 226-year sentence, 99 years for each murder, plus additional time for other charges, including assault and tampering with evidence. Since Alaska does not have the death penalty, this was the maximum punishment he could receive.
I agree that he should remain in custody for the remainder of his life with no possibility of ever being released.
Throughout the trial and sentencing, Smith remained emotionless, never showing any remorse for his actions. But justice had been served, and he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Brian Stephen Smith's case is a stark reminder of real-world evil. Though the victims' families can't get their loved ones back, they can find some solace in knowing he will never walk free again. In our next case, the evidence wasn't as clear-cut, leaving lingering questions about whether justice was truly served.
You said you confessed to your mother.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you confess for something that you didn't do?
I keep telling you. How many times do I have to tell you?
On a chilling night in March 2008, Memphis was shaken to its core by a horrific crime scene on Leicester Street. 6 people were brutally murdered inside a home. It was a crime so gruesome that it became known as the worst mass murder in the city's history. When police arrived, they found the victims in disturbing conditions. Some shot, others stabbed, and all brutally beaten. Miraculously, 3 young children survived, though they were severely injured. The entire city wanted justice, and pressure mounted on law enforcement to find the killer. Within days, police arrested 33-year-old Jesse Dotson, the brother of one of the victims, Cecil Dotson. Authorities claimed that Jesse, in a drunken rage, had murdered his brother after an argument and then killed 5 others to eliminate witnesses. The case was so high profile that it was even featured on the crime documentary series The First 48. During questioning, Jesse admitted to the murders but later took back his statement, saying he was forced to confess to a crime he didn't commit. Despite this, the prosecution pushed ahead. The trial moved quickly, and in 2010, Dotson was found guilty and sentenced to death for 6 counts of first-degree murder. Years later, Jesse Dotson is fighting for his life again, not in a courtroom as a defendant, but as an inmate on death row, pleading for his conviction to be overturned. He filed a 249-page petition claiming his constitutional rights were violated during the interrogation. His legal team argues that his confession was false, having been extracted under extreme psychological pressure. The petition states that police used aggressive tactics and threats, and even withheld crucial evidence that could have pointed to another suspect. According to Dotson's legal team, the murders may have been the result of gang retaliation, not a family dispute. They claim that Cecil Dotson, Jesse's brother, was deeply involved in gang activity and may have angered dangerous individuals. The FBI even suggested that the crime scene bore signs of a cartel-style execution, but this information was never presented in court. Adding to the doubt, forensic evidence did not place Jesse at the crime scene. No DNA, no blood, and no physical proof linked him to the murders. Even more troubling, hair samples found on 2 of the victims have yet to be tested, meaning crucial evidence could have been overlooked. Jesse Dotson's defense team is now pushing for his conviction to be overturned, arguing that the case against him was built on a weak foundation. They believe he was an easy target, a man with a troubled past, forced into a confession under duress. Despite his appeals, the Tennessee Supreme Court has denied Dotson's request for post-conviction relief and sentenced him to death. However, he doesn't show any remorse for his act. But his fight is far from over. With new evidence and unanswered questions, many wonder, did Memphis convict the wrong man? And if so, is the real killer still out there? One thing is certain, the Leicester Street murders remain one of the most disturbing cases in Memphis history, and the truth may still be waiting to be uncovered. Now we turn to a case where the victim and perpetrator collide in a shocking tale of manipulation and murder.
On one side of a scale to where I really wasn't getting much coverage. I wasn't being able to actually be able to voice my opinion. I wasn't able to let everyone know.
For years, Dee Dee Blanchard was seen as a devoted mother, sacrificing everything to care for her terminally ill daughter, Gypsy Rose. Bound to a wheelchair, fed through a tube, and battling a long list of severe medical conditions, Gypsy was the picture of a child in need. However, on June 10, 2015, everything changed. Dee Dee was found stabbed to death in her home, and the helpless daughter everyone pitied. She was missing. Has someone kidnapped Gypsy Rose? Or was this innocent girl not so innocent after all? For years, Gypsy Rose lived under the control of her mother, Claudine Dee Dee Blanchard. From the outside, Dee Dee appeared to be a devoted mother caring for a terminally ill daughter, but the truth was far more sinister. Dee Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder where a caregiver fabricates or induces illness in a dependent to gain attention and sympathy. Gypsy was never sick. She was a victim of her mother's lies and mistreatment. She was isolated from the world, denied an education, and physically punished whenever she questioned her reality. As she grew older, she began to realize the truth. Her mother was not her savior, but her captor. Desperate for escape, Gypsy turned to the internet. In 2012, she met Nicholas Godejohn on a Christian dating site. He was socially awkward, obsessed with dark fantasies, and believed he had an evil side. As their relationship deepened, Gypsy saw him as her only way out. She convinced Nicholas to help her kill her mother. On June 10, 2015, Gypsy hid in the bathroom of their home in Missouri while Nicholas carried out the brutal attack. He stabbed Dee Dee multiple times in her sleep. Afterward, they fled to Wisconsin, where they were later arrested. The gruesome crime shocked the nation. Investigators uncovered years of medical fraud, deception, and harm that Dee Dee had orchestrated. The truth about Gypsy's false illnesses came to light, and public sympathy shifted towards her. Many believed she had been driven to commit the crime. Gypsy accepted a plea deal for second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. But Nicholas, who had carried out the murder, faced a much harsher fate. Despite his defense arguing that he was manipulated due to his autism.
Both of them happened. Like I've said it before in my statements, it's very much the truth, so I'll just say it again.
He was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole, but he chose to remain silent and expressionless throughout the verdict. Gypsy served 7 years before being granted parole. Now free, she has expressed deep remorse, stating, "I'm not proud of what I did. I regret it every single day." She has since married and is trying to rebuild her life. Nicholas, however, remains in prison, still believing that Gypsy was his soulmate and that they were meant to be together. Our next case is about pure evil, where a woman was murdered by a man who showed no mercy.
First-degree felony murder during the perpetration or attempt of to perpetrate for aggravated rape.
In August 2024, Sean Finnegan was sentenced to death for the 2019 kidnapping, assault, and murder of Jennifer Paxton in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. On a cold December night in 2019, Jennifer Paxton went missing. Her family and friends searched desperately, hoping she would return. But what they didn't know was that she had fallen into the hands of a monster, a man who showed no mercy, a man named Sean Finnegan. Jennifer, a 35-year-old woman from Tennessee, had been kidnapped and taken to Finnegan's apartment in Oak Ridge. What happened behind those closed doors was something out of a nightmare. Sean Finnegan, a 56-year-old man, was not alone in his crimes. His girlfriend, Rebecca Dishman, played a part in the horror that followed. Jennifer was held captive, tortured, and assaulted in ways too horrific to imagine. For weeks, Finnegan mistreated her, showing no remorse. Then he decided it was time to end her life. But he didn't do it quickly. He strangled her slowly with a string, pausing in between to take smoke breaks. When Jennifer finally took her last breath, Finnegan and Dishman wrapped her body in garbage bags and placed her in a freezer inside their bedroom. Months passed, and Jennifer's loved ones still had no idea where she was. But in August 2020, police arrived at Finnegan's home for a search. That's when they made the horrifying discovery. Jennifer's body had been removed from the freezer and shoved under his bed. The evidence was clear. Both Finnegan and Dishman were arrested. When the case moved to the courtroom, prosecutors described the crime, explaining how Finnegan had held Jennifer against her will and caused her immense suffering before taking her life.
Also slicing injury on the lower back, and that would be in the midline. And we see one of the photographs right here.
Dishman, realizing there was no escape, decided to testify against Finnegan. In exchange, she was given a life sentence, avoiding the death penalty. However, Finnegan had no such luck. His crime was too brutal, his actions too evil. The jury knew what he deserved. In 2024, after a long trial, justice was served. The jury sentenced Sean Finnegan to death. However, he remained stone-faced and doesn't show any remorse.
Be guilty of murder in the first degree is charged in the indictment. Upon further verdict of fixing the punishment of death.
The judge made it clear there was no room for mercy. He would pay for what he did. But despite the sentence, legal experts believe he may never actually be executed. With Tennessee's lengthy appeals process and the state pausing lethal injections since 2022, Finnegan might die of natural causes before his sentence is ever carried out. Jennifer's family, though heartbroken, found some closure. They would never get her back, but the man responsible would never walk free again. Despite their pain, they stayed strong, fought for justice, and won. Knowing Finnegan can never harm anyone else brings them some peace. Up next, Catherine Knight, a woman whose brutal crime shocked the nation. Known for her terrifying actions, Knight's case revealed a chilling level of violence and cruelty that few could comprehend.
The 1st of March 2000 is etched on the minds of the people of Aberdeen, Australia, forever.
Never before, and really never again, has there been a crime of this nature actually perpetrated by a woman.
A murder so inexplicably heinous, it still affects all of the officers called to the scene to this day.
Nothing could prepare you for what you were about to see.
Aberdeen, New South Wales, a quiet town where crime was rare. But on the 1st of March 2000, a crime so unimaginable unfolded that it would send shockwaves across Australia. When John Price didn't show up for work, his concerned co-workers called the police. Officers arrived at his home, knocking repeatedly. No answer. But what they saw through the window was enough to force entry. Inside, they walked straight into a horror scene straight out of a nightmare. John Price had been in a harmful relationship with Catherine Knight for years. A butcher by trade, a violent woman by nature, Catherine had a deep fascination with knives, violence, and control. Her past relationships were marked with threats, physical harm, and disturbing behavior. In one case, she had held a previous partner at knife point, demanding he take her back. In another, she slit the throat of his puppy as a warning. When Price finally tried to escape her grasp, filing a restraining order after one of her outbursts, he told friends that if he ever went missing, Knight was to blame. Sadly, he was right. On the night of February 29, 2000, Knight arrived at Price's home under the guise of reconciliation. What happened next was pure horror. She waited until he fell asleep, then launched her sadistic attack. Using a butcher knife, Knight stabbed Price 37 times. Deep, savage blows piercing vital organs. The sheer force of the attack sent blood spattering across the walls. But her twisted desires weren't satisfied. With chilling precision, she skinned his entire body, hung the flesh from a meat hook in the living room, and cooked parts of his body. She set 2 plates on the table, each labeled with the names of Price's children, suggesting she planned to feed them their father. It was so gruesome that hardened investigators needed therapy after witnessing the scene. Knight was found in a drugged state, having taken a handful of pills, likely attempting to stage a fake suicide. She was arrested immediately. During questioning, she claimed she remembered nothing, but the evidence was undeniable. Her trial was one of Australia's most infamous, with zero possibility of parole. The judge, horrified by the details, declared she was too dangerous to ever be freed. She became the first woman in Australian history sentenced to life without parole. In court, Knight showed no emotion, no tears, no remorse, just a chilling blank stare as the crime was laid out in harrowing detail. The family of John Price sat in shock and horror, forced to relive the unimaginable pain of his final moments. While justice was swift, the trauma Knight left behind would never fade. Even behind bars, Knight remains a terrifying enigma. A woman so devoid of empathy that even hardened criminals fear her. She will die in prison, and the world is better off for it. Our next case takes us to the ruthless world of organized crime, where one woman rose to power through murder and cold-blooded executions. But what made her even more terrifying? She didn't even spare her own allies.
She was the largest cocaine importer at the time.
Known in cities across the US as the Godmother, for her mafia-like brutality. Gangland warfare has been raging across the city for 3 years.
Miami saw dramatic changes in the homicide rate. We went from probably 80 to 100 murders a year to almost 300 to 400.
In the heart of 1970s Miami, where money flowed like water and violence ruled the streets, one name sent chills through even the most hardened criminals: Griselda Blanco. She wasn't just a lord, she was the queen of retribution, eliminating anyone who stood in her way with ruthless efficiency. But her reign of terror didn't stop at business rivals. Even those closest to her weren't safe. By the time her empire crumbled, Blanco was linked to over 200 murders, including her own husband's, earning her the chilling nickname, the Black Widow. Blanco's criminal roots ran deep. She began her life of crime as a child in Colombia, running scams and kidnappings before diving headfirst into the trade. When she arrived in the US, she quickly dominated Miami's substance market, pioneering new smuggling methods and raking in millions per month. But with power came paranoia. Blanco trusted no one. She ran her operation with an iron fist, ordering brutal executions without hesitation. Drive-by shootings, assassinations in broad daylight. Miami's streets became a war zone under her rule, and law enforcement had had enough. The FBI launched Operation Banshee, an all-out effort to bring Blanco down. In 1985, their patience paid off. Agents arrested Blanco in California, charging her with 3 counts of first-degree murder. But even behind bars, her influence lingered. Authorities feared she was still orchestrating hits from her prison cell. And then came the most shocking twist. While she was serving time, prosecutors discovered evidence linking her to a dozen more killings, including a contract to murder a child over an unpaid drug debt. Despite the mountain of evidence, Blanco struck a plea deal, escaping the death penalty and serving only 7 years before being deported to Colombia. But karma wasn't done with her yet. In 2012, as she left a butcher shop in Medellin, a motorcycle assassin gunned her down, the same execution style she had used on so many of her own enemies. Griselda Blanco's legacy remains one of blood and fear. She wasn't just another cartel boss. She redefined the drug trade, proving that a woman could be just as lethal as any man in the underworld. And yet, in the end, she fell victim to the same world she created. Her story serves as a terrifying reminder that in the world of crime, loyalty is fleeting, and power always comes at a price. Our next case takes us into the twisted world of a woman who played a deadly game of deception. Her charm was a weapon, and her victims never saw the danger until it was too late. This is the story of Sheila Davalloo.
Answer, please. Yes, hello. I think the guy is attacked my neighbor. You think someone attacked your neighbor? Yes. I heard yelling.
In 2002, a quiet Connecticut neighborhood became the setting for a twisted love triangle that would end in obsession, betrayal, and murder. Sheila Davalloo seemed like an ordinary, intelligent woman, until her deadly fixation on another man led to 2 violent attacks that no one saw coming. Sheila was married, but she had a dangerous obsession with her coworker, Nelson Sessler. The problem? He was already in a relationship with Ana Lisa Raimondo, and Sheila couldn't stand being second choice. For months, she carefully manipulated the situation, trying to sabotage Nelson's relationship. She called Ana Lisa's home, pretended to be other women, and planted rumors at work. But none of it was enough. Nelson remained committed to Ana Lisa. That's when Sheila decided to eliminate her competition.
It was a crime triggered by a lover's obsession, and it drove the police down a rabbit hole of dead ends and one big, strange twist.
On November 8, 2002, Ana Lisa was found brutally murdered in her Stamford condo. She had been stabbed multiple times and beaten, her home ransacked to make it look like a robbery. There were no immediate suspects, and the case quickly went cold. Sheila, meanwhile, acted as if nothing had happened, continuing her affair with Nelson, while still keeping her husband in the dark. But Sheila's thirst for control didn't stop at Ana Lisa. A year later, in 2003, she turned on her own husband. Sheila convinced Paul Christos to play a blindfolded game, then suddenly stabbed him twice in the chest. He barely survived, escaping and calling 911. While paramedics rushed to save him, Sheila made a shocking move. She called Nelson, not 911, as her husband bled out. That mistake exposed everything. Sheila was arrested for the attack on Paul and sentenced to 25 years, but as investigators dug deeper, they linked her to Ana Lisa's murder. DNA evidence, phone records, and her history of jealousy sealed her fate. In 2012, she was convicted of murder and sentenced to 50 years in prison.
I'm claiming my innocence.
Not if Sheila Davalloo had her way.
But this is a case where I am being accused of killing somebody.
Sheila never showed remorse for her crimes. Even in court, she appeared cold and detached, refusing to take responsibility. Her story remains one of the most chilling cases of obsession turning deadly, where love, jealousy, and deception ended in bloodshed. And the scariest part, if her husband hadn't survived, she might have gotten away with it all. Our next case takes us to a seemingly caring nurse who was trusted with the lives of innocent children. But behind closed doors, she became a silent killer. When authorities uncovered what she had done, it left the entire medical community in shock.
Beverly Allett,
a nurse whose mission to kill the youngest and most helpless patients in her care left a nation horrified.
With all eyes anxious for a glimpse of Britain's worst female serial killer,
the former nurse Beverly Allitt begins a sentence without end tonight for murdering 4 children in her care and for injuring 9 others. She was given life 13 times over and was told there was no real chance of her ever being free again.
In the early 1900s, Grantham and Kesteven Hospital in England became the center of a terrifying mystery. Babies and young children, previously stable, began suffering sudden, unexplained medical emergencies. Some recovered, but others tragically didn't make it. Doctors were baffled, parents were heartbroken, and no one suspected the friendly pediatric nurse who was always at their bedside, Beverly Allitt. Allitt presented herself as a dedicated, caring nurse. She consoled grieving parents, reassured doctors, and seemed to be deeply invested in the well-being of her patients. But behind this facade, she was systematically targeting innocent children, injecting them with lethal doses of insulin and potassium, or suffocating them. Between February and April 1991, she attacked 13 children, killing 4 and leaving others permanently disabled. Yet, no one realized what was happening until the pattern emerged. As investigators pieced together the cases, they noticed an unsettling trend. Beverly Allitt was present for every single emergency. The hospital launched an internal investigation, uncovering missing medical records and evidence of tampering. Suspicion quickly turned towards Allitt, and when forensic testing confirmed that several victims had been deliberately poisoned, she was arrested.
Last night, 23-year-old Beverly Gale Allitt of Grantham, the former nurse at the Grantham and Kesteven Hospital, was charged with 4 counts of murder, 8 counts of attempted murder, and 8 counts of causing grievous bodily harm.
In the course of all of the interviews, she maintained her innocence.
Her trial revealed the full horror of her crimes. She had preyed on the most vulnerable, all while pretending to be their protector. The court heard chilling details of her calculated attacks and how she thrived on the chaos and attention they brought. In 1993, Beverly Allitt was sentenced to 13 life terms for her crimes, making her one of the worst child killers in British history. She was diagnosed with Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers harm others to gain sympathy and attention. Instead of prison, she was sent to Rampton Secure Hospital, a psychiatric facility where she remains to this day. Families were left devastated. Parents who had trusted her now had to live with the unbearable truth that the person meant to save their children was the one who took them away. Allitt has never shown true remorse. Even now, as she serves her sentence, there are fears she could one day be released, sparking outrage from the victims' families. She was supposed to heal the sick. Instead, she became one of the most notorious medical killers of all time. Our next case takes us to a woman whose ruthless ambition led her to orchestrate a cold-blooded execution. She didn't act alone. She pulled the strings from behind the scenes, manipulating others to do her dirty work. But when the truth unraveled, her fate was sealed.
And if Christy can hear me, if you can get away someplace, Christy, phone either home or the Niagara police as soon as possible.
Is wanted for a series of assaults, 2 last May and 1 just last week. And police say his attacks always follow the same pattern.
In the late 1980s and early 1990s, Canada was gripped by fear as young women were vanishing, only to be found murdered. At the center of it all was Paul Bernardo, a man later exposed as the Scarborough rapist. But he wasn't working alone. His partner in crime? A woman who shocked the world with her cold-hearted participation, Karla Homolka. Karla wasn't just an unwilling accomplice. She was an active participant in the horrific assaults and murders of multiple victims, including her own younger sister, Tammy Homolka. What made this case even more disturbing was how she played the role of the perfect girlfriend and later, the devoted wife. Behind closed doors, she helped lure victims, cover up crimes, and manipulate those around her. By the time the authorities started connecting Bernardo to the violent crimes, Karla crafted an escape plan. She painted herself as a battered woman, claiming she had been a victim of Paul's mistreatment and had no choice but to comply. In 1993, Karla struck a plea deal, known as the Deal with the Devil, where she agreed to testify against Bernardo in exchange for a 12-year sentence for manslaughter. At the time, prosecutors believed her story, but everything changed when new videotapes surfaced. These tapes proved that Karla wasn't a victim. She was a willing participant. They showed her laughing and enjoying the harm inflicted on their victims, but it was too late. Her plea deal couldn't be overturned. Paul Bernardo was sentenced to life in prison without parole, but Carla walked free in 2005 after serving her full 12-year sentence. She changed her name, moved, and even started a family, attempting to erase her past. But the public never forgot what she had done. Her attempts to blend into normal life only led to public outrage whenever her whereabouts were discovered. Karla Homolka's early release remains one of Canada's most controversial legal decisions. Victims' families, along with the public, felt betrayed by the justice system. How could someone so involved in such horrifying crimes be allowed to walk free? Even today, she lives under a cloud of suspicion, with many believing she never truly paid for her crimes. Her case serves as a terrifying reminder that sometimes the most dangerous people don't look like killers, but they are. Up next, Shay Groves, a woman whose obsession with true crime took a dark and deadly turn.
Serial killer-obsessed woman who stabbed her on-off boyfriend to death has been jailed for life with at least 23 years in prison. Shay Groves sentenced at Winchester Crown Court for the murder of 25-year-old Frankie Fitzgerald.
In the dimly lit bedroom of a serial killer-obsessed woman, a twisted fantasy became a horrifying reality. Shay Groves, a 27-year-old woman from Hampshire, surrounded herself with crime books, weapons, and chilling portraits of infamous murderers. To outsiders, her obsession was nothing more than a dark fascination. But in the summer of 2022, the obsession turned deadly when she brutally murdered her boyfriend, Frankie Fitzgerald. Frankie Fitzgerald thought he was in a passionate romance, but in reality, he was in a dangerous, toxic relationship with a woman living in a fantasy world. Shay, fueled by jealousy, manipulation, and a twisted sense of control, turned their home into a crime scene.
In the early hours of the 17th of July 2022, as Frankie Fitzgerald was asleep in her bed, she used a dagger to slit his throat and then she stabbed him 17 times.
On the night of the murder, an argument spiraled into a bloodbath. Shay, convinced Frankie was cheating on her, flew into a jealous rage. But this wasn't just a fit of passion. This was premeditated. With a dagger inspired by her favorite true crime stories, she stabbed Frankie 17 times, leaving him bleeding out on their bed. And as he took his last breaths, she lit a cigarette and calmly watched. The horror didn't end there. Instead of calling for help, Shay covered up her crime. She messaged her friend, boasting about the murder as if it was a scene from a horror movie. She even tried to stage the crime scene, making it seem like Frankie had attacked her first. But the truth was undeniable. Blood soaked the bed, the murder weapon was still in her home, and her own messages betrayed her twisted mindset. When police arrived, they found a woman disturbingly calm, as if she had just fulfilled some macabre fantasy. During the trial, prosecutors painted a chilling picture of a woman who blurred the lines between fiction and reality. Shay had idolized real-life killers, studied their methods, and ultimately became one herself. She attempted to play the victim, claiming self-defense, but the evidence was stacked against her. The jury saw through her lies, and she was sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 23 years behind bars. As the verdict was read, Shay's cold demeanor finally cracked. The woman who once bragged about her crime now sat in shock. There was no way out, no manipulation left to play. For Frankie's family, the sentencing was bittersweet. Justice had been served, but nothing could bring him back. They had lost a son, a brother, a friend, to a woman who had turned her obsession into reality. Shay Groves reveled in her dark fantasies, but our next killer took a different approach, controlling others to do her dirty work.
It is a crime that sent shockwaves through the city. A 14-year-old girl stabbed to death in front of her own home by two teens embroiled in a sick plot.
In the winter of 2008, Toronto, Canada was blanketed in snow as families celebrated the New Year. But for one family, the night would end in horror. At just 14 years old, Stephanie Rengel had her entire life ahead of her. A bright, kind teenager with dreams of becoming a police officer. But as she stepped outside her home that night, she had no idea she was being lured into a deadly trap. Her killer wasn't a stranger, and the person who orchestrated it all, she never even lifted a finger. Melissa Todorovich was only 15 years old, but she was already dangerous. Not in the way most people imagine killers. There were no weapons, no physical violence. Instead, she used something far more insidious: manipulation. She had an obsessive need for control, especially over her boyfriend, David Bagshaw. But there was one thing standing in her way: Stephanie Rengel.
15-year-old Melissa Tudrovic badgered her 17-year-old boyfriend David Bagshaw for months with an evil ultimatum: no sex until the girl she viewed as a rival was dead.
Melissa hated Stephanie, not because they were rivals, but because Stephanie had briefly spoken to David years earlier. That was enough. In Melissa's mind, Stephanie had to be erased. For months, Melissa poisoned David's thoughts, demanding he prove his love by killing Stephanie. If he hesitated, she called him weak. She threatened to leave him. She told him he was worthless. At first, David resisted. He knew murder was wrong, but Melissa never let up. She texted him, messaged him, pressured him relentlessly, until finally, he broke. New Year's Day, 2008. Stephanie Rangel received a message. David was outside. He wanted to talk. It was cold, but Stephanie didn't hesitate. She had known David. He wasn't a stranger. She stepped outside. David led her away from the house, down a quiet street. Then suddenly, he attacked. He stabbed her 6 times, then fled. But Stephanie didn't die right away. Even after the brutal attack, she tried to crawl back home. She never made it. As she lay dying in the snow, David sent one final message. He told Melissa it was done. Her response? She smiled. Melissa thought she was untouchable. She hadn't held the knife, so how could she be guilty?
Killing Stephanie might have been more your idea than his idea. Am I accurate? Yeah. Okay.
But investigators uncovered a chilling digital trail. Her messages to David left no doubt. This wasn't a random act of violence. It was a premeditated killing, orchestrated by a teenage girl. During her trial, prosecutors exposed Melissa for what she was, a master manipulator who turned a petty grudge into a murder. The jury saw through her lies, and in 2009, Melissa Todorovic was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 7 years.
Todorovic was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced as an adult to life in prison with no chance of parole for 7 years. Bagshaw pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and is serving an adult life sentence with no chance of parole for 10 years.
Stephanie's mother sobbed as she described the unimaginable pain of losing her daughter in such a senseless act of violence. And Melissa, she barely reacted. Even in prison, her reputation remained chilling. She wasn't just a killer, she was a manipulator. A teenager who played puppet master and got someone else to do the dirty work. And an innocent girl paid the price. Melissa Todorovic used manipulation to orchestrate a murder. Our next case focuses on a cold and calculating woman who didn't just take part in a crime. She orchestrated an assassination.
61-year-old Donna Scrivo appearing tired and worn. The former nurse, the final witness, accused in the St. Clair Shores murder and dismemberment of her son Ramsey. Scrivo claimed a masked man killed her son and threatened her and her family with death if she told a soul.
In January 2014, a series of black garbage bags were discovered scattered along a Michigan highway. Inside, body parts. Authorities quickly identified the victim as 32-year-old Ramsey Scrivo, a man whose life had ended in unimaginable brutality. But the most horrifying part, the person responsible was his own mother. Donna Scrivo, a former nurse, had always been seen as a devoted mother. But behind closed doors, things were far from normal. Ramsey had been struggling with mental health issues, and Donna had even petitioned to become his legal guardian. But what seemed like a mother trying to help her son took a dark and twisted turn. On January 27, 2014, Donna reported Ramsey missing. But just days later, his dismembered remains were found stuffed in garbage bags, dumped carelessly along the roadside. Police immediately suspected foul play, and all evidence pointed back to Donna.
Yes, we're going to be releasing a picture of a person of interest that we hope citizens can hopefully help us identify, as well as a vehicle, which we'd also like to see if we can tie up.
Investigators searched Donna's home, uncovering a gruesome crime scene. They found bloodstains, a chainsaw, and cleaning supplies, all clear indications of a brutal killing and cover-up. The medical examiner confirmed that Ramsey had been drugged and strangled before his body was dismembered. Donna had then placed his remains in bags, driven around, and discarded them like trash. Security footage showed Donna purchasing a handsaw and cleaning materials just 1 day before Ramsey was killed, proof that this was premeditated. She was arrested on the spot. Donna Scrivo denied everything, claiming a masked intruder had killed her son and forced her to dispose of the body, but the evidence was overwhelming.
Prosecutors say she drugged and strangled her own child, cutting him up with a power saw and dumping his remains. The evidence not in her favor. Security video shows her buying the saw used to kill her son.
After a short trial, she was found guilty of first-degree murder, dismemberment, and tampering with evidence. The judge handed her a life sentence without parole, ensuring she would never walk free again. In court, Donna remained emotionless, even as the jury convicted her of murdering her own child. Ramsey's friends and family were left shattered, unable to comprehend why a mother would commit such a horrific act. Some believe Donna's controlling nature and unstable mindset pushed her to eliminate the very person she claimed to care for. One thing was certain: her cold, calculated crime made her one of the most disturbing female killers in recent history. Our next case is Catherine Magbanua, a Florida woman who was the key player in a deadly murder-for-hire plot. Her reaction to her life sentence will leave you speechless.
A new twist in the alleged murder-for-hire plot. Police in Florida arresting a single mom, accusing her of arranging the killing of a prominent Florida State law professor.
On July 18, 2014, Daniel Markel, a prominent FSU law professor, was pulling into his driveway in Tallahassee, Florida, when a gunman ambushed him in broad daylight. 2 shots were fired at point-blank range, execution style. Markel never stood a chance. But this wasn't a random killing. It was a murder-for-hire plot orchestrated by someone shockingly close to the family. At the center of it all, Catherine Magbanua. Catherine had once dated Charlie Adelson, Daniel Markel's former brother-in-law. After Charlie's sister Wendy divorced Markel, the family allegedly wanted him out of the picture, permanently. That's when Charlie turned to Catherine, who had dangerous connections. She introduced him to 2 hitmen, Sigfrido Garcia and Luis Rivera, and together they set their deadly plan in motion. For a $100,000 payday, Daniel Markel was as good as dead.
The driver's side window is all bashed in, and he's got blood all over his head.
The investigation spanned years, but when the pieces finally came together, the truth was chilling. Surveillance footage showed a Toyota Prius stalking Markel's home. Phone records linked Catherine to both the killers and Charlie Adelson. A secretly recorded conversation where Charlie and Catherine discussed coded details of the hit, laughing as if a man's life hadn't just been taken. The evidence was irrefutable. In 2022, Catherine Magbanua was found guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation of murder. She had set the plan in motion. She had collected the payment. She was just as responsible as the ones who pulled the trigger.
On count 3, the solicitation to commit murder, you have been found guilty by a jury of that count. You are adjudicated guilty, and you will be sentenced to a consecutive sentence of 30 years in the Department of Corrections.
Catherine was sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus 2 additional 30-year sentences. The court made it clear there would be no second chances. In court, Catherine Magbanua sat motionless as the judge delivered her life sentence. For years, she denied any involvement, claiming she was just a middlewoman and that she had no idea what Charlie Adelson was planning. But the evidence told a different story. When the words life in prison echoed through the courtroom, Catherine closed her eyes, exhaled sharply, and shook her head. For the first time, the reality of her fate had sunk in. No more excuses, no more appeals for leniency, no way out.
Destroyed as well. The lives of Dan's 2 sons, my grandchildren, were forever turned upside down as a result of this crime.
Meanwhile, Daniel Markel's family, who had waited 8 long years for justice, embraced in relief. Their fight was finally over, but the loss of their son, brother, and father would never be erased. Catherine had played her part in a cold-blooded execution, and now she would spend the rest of her life behind bars, paying the price for a murder that should never have happened. Next, we turn to the case of Tia Young, whose devastating decisions shook those around her, raising questions about trust, betrayal, and the consequences of unchecked anger.
She began to add things that didn't make sense. When we spoke with Tim, it was the same thing. The story was not the same about when they saw each other. Now he had done things that he hadn't mentioned before.
On November 6, 2017, George Young was shot and killed outside his home in Beaufort, Georgia. His wife, Tia Young, had just lost her husband of 22 years, the father of their 3 children, in what seemed like a random act of violence. Tia appeared heartbroken, and her tearful plea for justice was broadcast to the public. She even set up a GoFundMe account to help with funeral expenses. Months after George Young's tragic death, the truth began to unravel unexpectedly. At first, Tia Young's grief seemed genuine as she mourned her husband's loss. However, as the investigation continued, the story took a shocking turn. Police soon arrested Tia and her lover, Harvey Lee, for George's murder. It was revealed that Tia and Harvey had been having an affair, and together they had planned to kill George to claim his $1 million life insurance policy.
He's eliciting hearsay statements.
The defense not holding back on the state's first witness, Young's former boss and friend, Rob Strickland.
He was my go-to guy.
As detectives dug deeper, they found numerous inconsistencies in the stories that Tia and Harvey had been telling. Tia's initial heartbreak and emotional plea for help started to fade, and her behavior became increasingly suspicious. New evidence began to surface, including messages and phone records showing the affair. It became clear that their actions were not those of grieving loved ones, but rather two people involved in a calculated scheme for financial gain. The investigation revealed a web of lies, with Tia and Harvey's actions betraying the trust of a family who believed in their love and loyalty. Their plot, once hidden, was exposed, leaving the community in disbelief over the betrayal and heartbreak that led to George's death. As the trial began, the evidence against Tia and Harvey started to pile up. The jury learned that after George was shot, Tia waited between 5 to 10 minutes before police had come. That alone raised suspicions, as it seemed unusual for a wife to delay reaching out for help after her husband was shot. Investigators also found that the murder weapon was never recovered, and both Tia and Harvey's stories didn't line up. Their accounts had many contradictions, which made it harder for the court to believe their version of events. Further investigation uncovered text messages and photos revealing the affair between Tia and Harvey, exposing the secret they had tried to keep hidden. One of their neighbors even witnessed Harvey tampering with evidence, making it clear that they were trying to cover up their actions. The jury was shocked by how deep the betrayal went.
And I felt like maybe that had something to do with it, but I wasn't sure.
Detectives were stunned.
Tia and Harvey weren't just the grieving spouse and supportive lover they had pretended to be. They were the ones responsible for George's death. The truth was undeniable now. The people who should have loved and protected George were the very ones who plotted his murder for financial gain. Tia and Harvey were both convicted of murder. Tia was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole plus 3 years, while Harvey received a sentence without the chance of parole. But Tia has no remorse for her act. The case was a heartbreaking reminder of the lengths some will go for money and how betrayal can come from those closest to us.
She will spend in prison. A jury found Tia Young guilty of felony murder, aggravated assault. Her alleged lover, Harvey Timothy Lee, was convicted of malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault.
The story of George Young's murder left everyone in shock. The woman who cried on camera, pleading for help, was revealed to be behind the death of her husband. The betrayal, lies, and manipulation showed how a family can be torn apart by greed and deceit. It was a tragic and emotional case that raised many questions about trust, love, and the dark side of human nature. These cases reveal the darkest sides of humanity. Lives lost, families shattered, and justice served. While nothing can undo the pain, remembering these stories keeps us vigilant. Evil exists, but so does the fight for justice. But there's more to uncover. Our next video on screen takes you deeper into horrifying cases and the sentences that left the world stunned.
I walked in and all of a sudden he just turned around and completely changed, and all I had was my shoe, so I just took my shoe off and I didn't know what else to do, and I just...
No, they just...
You said you deserved it?
That I probably did deserve it.
Why did you say you deserved it?
Huh?
Why did you say you deserved it?
Because I'm a bitch and this and that.
Behind closed doors and loving words, some relationships hide a deadly truth. From Laura Flores Messic's shocking betrayal to Brittany Nicole Holbrook's brutal attack, each case reveals how love can turn lethal and how one moment of rage can end a life forever. Let's begin.
Ma'am,
We need you to come with us right now. Please come with us.
they were arguing last night and I told her that she had to go to leave my son alone. She was causing problems.
It all began in June 2017, when Laura Flores Messick, a woman from San Antonio, Texas, whose life spiraled into darkness one fateful night. Behind closed doors, an argument with a man she claimed to love turned deadly. What happened inside that house would leave a family shattered and an entire community stunned. Laura and her boyfriend, Jason Montez de Oca, were in a heated argument inside their home. Jason was a 40-year-old Army veteran who had plans for a future with Laura. But that night, anger turned into brutality. After Jason stopped responding to calls, his mother, Rachel Montez de Oca, went to check on him. When she entered the home, she found her son unresponsive and immediately called for help. Police arrived shortly after, and their body cameras recorded the emotional moment of a mother facing an unimaginable loss. When officers spoke with Laura, she explained that during an argument, Jason had briefly picked up a weapon, but then set it down. She admitted to firing the weapon and injuring his hand. However, the situation escalated further when she went to the kitchen, took a knife, and caused additional harm to ensure he wouldn't get back up. The evidence was overwhelming. At the trial, the jury heard how Laura took Jason's life with both a gun and a knife. They also learned about her troubled past, including arrests for driving while intoxicated and carrying a substance. Even after she was released on bond, she picked up another DWI charge. while the exact reason for the argument that night was never fully clear, it was obvious their relationship had become filled with conflict. Some said Laura had experienced difficult relationships in the past, but that didn't make the ongoing tension any easier to understand. In April 2019, Laura Flores Messick was found guilty of murder. She faced a sentence that could range from 5 years to life. On May 13, 2019, Judge Catherine Torres Stahl gave her life in prison. However, she showed no sign of guilt. Under the law, she must serve at least 30 years before she can ever ask for parole.
Worst Mother's Day the year before in my life. He wasn't there to say Happy Mother's Day.
Before Laura was taken away, Jason's mother faced her in court. With tears streaming down her face, she told Laura she forgave her. "I forgive you, Mia," she said softly. "That morning, he told me he wanted to spend the rest of his life with you." But not everyone could forgive. Jason's cousin Leo was overcome with grief and anger. She told Laura, "Never would I have ever imagined that his life would have been taken." Our next case is about a woman who turned an ordinary object into a deadly weapon.
Are you reporting an assault, ma'am?
Yes, he assaulted me. I hit him with my shoe and he's bleeding. He started beating me up.
In June 2013, a quiet apartment in Houston, Texas became the scene of a crime so bizarre it left everyone stunned. When an emergency call received by a woman named Ana Trujillo was accused of ending her boyfriend's life with an object no one could have expected: the sharp stiletto heel of her shoe. Ana Trujillo, who was 45 years old at the time, claimed she never meant to hurt her boyfriend, Alf Stefan Anderson. According to her, they had been fighting for nearly an hour inside his apartment. She said she was scared and only acted to protect herself, but when police arrived, the scene told a different story. Anderson had been struck at least 25 times in his face and neck with a sharp 5-inch heel. From the start, investigators knew this was not a typical self-defense case. Prosecutors shared that Trujillo did not have any visible injuries to prove she had been attacked first. Meanwhile, Anderson's hands and wrists were covered in defensive wounds, showing he had tried hard to protect himself. As the evidence piled up, Trujillo was arrested and charged with murder. The trial reached its peak when Ana took the stand herself. For 7 hours, she told jurors she never intended to kill Anderson and that she loved him. She said she only fought back because she felt trapped and afraid. However, the prosecution argued she had not only taken his life, but also tried to destroy his reputation by accusing him of mistreatment he never committed. While Ana insisted it was self-defense, prosecutors believed she attacked out of rage, not fear. They told jurors this was not a sudden fight, but a brutal act that ended in a brutal death. After carefully considering all the evidence, the jury did not believe Ana's claim of self-defense. They found her guilty of murder and decided her crime had not happened in the heat of sudden passion. This meant she would face the maximum penalty.
We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty of murder.
In April 2014, Ana Trujillo was sentenced to life in prison. As the verdict was read, she showed no emotion and just smiled the entire time. As the judge announced the decision, Ana tearfully said she never intended for Anderson to be hurt. But for the jury and the community, the facts were clear. A life had been lost under tragic circumstances, and accountability was necessary. Where Ana Trujillo used her stiletto heel as a deadly weapon, our next case is a chilling example of how one woman's obsession led her to ruin a young man's future.
On the inside of the treehouse, under the treehouse, and in the defendant's vehicle.
On June 23, 2018, Julia Enright, a woman from Ashburnham, Massachusetts, invited her former boyfriend, Brandon Chickless, to meet her. She told him they would spend time together in a treehouse near her home. Brandon thought it was just a visit, but Julia had a secret plan. Brandon was only 20 years old. He believed he was meeting Julia to reconnect. However, investigators discovered that Julia had troubling intentions. In her journals, she wrote about a deep fascination with dark themes and a growing obsession with morbid ideas. Some of her entries described collecting animal bones to create what she called bone art. These weren't just fleeting thoughts. Prosecutors believed her imagination had taken a dangerous turn toward reality. When Brandon didn't return home, his family grew concerned and contacted the police. A few days later, officers made a heartbreaking discovery in Rindge, New Hampshire. Evidence soon pointed back to Julia. Investigators found signs inside and around a treehouse that connected her to the incident. They also uncovered troubling messages Julia had sent to her boyfriend before the event, suggesting a disturbing fascination. In court, Julia claimed it was all just imagination, but detectives believed otherwise. Julia finally admitted that she stabbed Brandon several times. She said it was self-defense, claiming he had tried to force himself on her. But prosecutors argued she had planned it all along. In her journal, she had written that she wanted to kill as a gift for her boyfriend, Jonathan Lind. Investigators believe Julia's motive was partly to impress Jonathan, who shared her dark interests. She was also obsessed with death and power. The journals and text messages painted a picture of someone who wanted to feel control and thrill from taking a life. In November 2022, the jury found Julia Enright guilty of second-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison, though she will be eligible for parole in 25 years. However, she showed no regret for her actions. Her boyfriend, Jonathan, was also charged with helping move Brandon's body and misleading the grand jury. Brandon's family said the loss was beyond words. He was a young man with his whole life ahead of him. What hurt the most was that he trusted Julia. They once dated and remained friends after breaking up. In the end, that trust cost him everything. The next case shows how a single argument can end in a deadly split-second decision.
She's the worst kind of killer. We're not saying that this was premeditated.
On February 20th, 2017, a woman from San Antonio, Texas, whose relationship turned deadly. What started as a regular day ended in a tragedy that no one could take back. Jamie and her boyfriend, Ryan Matthew Perez, were at their apartment on Southeast Military Drive. They had been arguing, and the fight kept growing louder. Neighbors said they heard shouting and angry words coming from inside. The argument built up until it reached a breaking point. Around 6:30 p.m., a gunshot suddenly rang out. Moments later, Jamie put Ryan into her car and drove him to Mission Trail Baptist Hospital. When hospital staff saw his gunshot wound, they immediately called the police. Ryan was soon moved to San Antonio Military Medical Center for emergency surgery. Despite doctors trying everything they could, he was pronounced dead at 8:41 p.m. When investigators arrived, they spoke with Jamie. She said they were checking a gun that had been painted when it suddenly fired by accident. But witnesses told police a different story. They said they'd heard Ryan telling her, "Just do it," right before the shot. Officers also learned the couple had been fighting just before Ryan was shot. Detectives gathered all the evidence and charged Jamie with killing and possession of a controlled substance. As her case moved through the courts, the community followed closely, wondering whether the shooting was truly an accident or something more intentional. While Jamie insisted the shooting was not planned, the argument and Ryan's final words raised serious questions. Some believed Ryan may have dared her in the heat of the moment. Others thought Jamie had simply reached her breaking point after their fight.
She told from the beginning her story's changed 3 times from the time she was first interviewed.
When the trial began, it took the jury only about 2.5 hours to reach a decision. Jamie was found guilty of murder. She chose to have her sentence decided by Judge Lorena Rummel. Her sentencing was scheduled for June 7, 2018, in the 144th State District Court. She was sentenced to 35 years in prison, with a requirement that she serve at least half of that time before becoming eligible for parole. However, she remained remorseless. The case left family and friends heartbroken. One life was lost forever, and another would never be the same. It was a reminder of how anger and conflict can spiral out of control in just one moment, leaving lasting pain for everyone involved. Our next case is horrible, where a girlfriend took a life in one terrible moment.
Emergency.
Hi, my roommate is in pretty bad shape. I really didn't have this.
In June 2023, Brittany Holbrook, a woman from Big Cobbett Key, Florida, saw her relationship end in an unexpected way. What began as a normal evening between a couple turned into a crime that left one man dead and an entire family devastated. On the night of June 16th, Brittany and her boyfriend, Tyler Nullish, were at home having drinks together. Later, they went to bed. But by the early morning hours on June 17th, something terrible happened. According to Brittany, there is a gap in her memory. She first said she could not remember what took place. Then she claimed that Tyler had been strangling her. But when deputies examined her, they found no marks on her neck to support that story.
I don't know what happened. I have no idea.
Monroe County Sheriff's Office deputies responded quickly to the scene. They found Tyler lying on the living room floor with a gunshot wound in his back. Brittany was right next to him. The couple's roommate woke up to Brittany screaming. He ran out of his bedroom and saw Tyler bleeding. When he asked Tyler what had happened, Tyler used his last words to say, "That bitch shot me in the back," referring to Brittany. Shockingly, Brittany showed no reaction to this statement. Detectives collected evidence from the scene, including a 9mm handgun and a spent shell casing. The lack of any injuries on Brittany did not match her claims of being attacked. After months of investigation, the case went to trial. The jury listened to every detail, the forensic findings, the testimony from the roommate, and Tyler's final words. In less than an hour, they reached their decision. On February 24, 2025, Brittany Holbrook was found guilty of second-degree murder. While Brittany claimed self-defense, prosecutors argued there was no evidence to support it. There were no visible injuries, no witnesses to back her story, and Tyler's statement pointed directly at her. The motive behind the shooting remained a mix of anger and arguments that spiraled out of control. Brittany was sentenced to 40 years in state prison. For the first 25 years, she will not be eligible for any early release. Prosecutors thanked the jury for their quick and thoughtful verdict and praised law enforcement for their dedication to the case. State Attorney Dennis Ward said this case shows how quickly household arguments can turn deadly. Tyler's family and friends will never forget the man they lost. The neighborhood was left heartbroken by how an ordinary night at home became a life-changing crime. Where Brittany Holbrook took the life of her boyfriend in a moment of deadly conflict, other cases show how hidden conflicts can lead to even more shocking betrayals within families. Our next case takes tragedy to another level.
A woman on trial for killing a 23-year-old in a jealous rage may testify today.
Charges against two others in the case were dropped. Fox 4's Dan Godwin is live with the latest.
In October 2020, 23-year-old Maricela Botello traveled from Seattle to Dallas for a visit. But her trip took a tragic turn after a night out in Deep Ellum. She vanished, leaving her family and friends desperate for answers. Months later, her body was found in a rural area near Wilmer, Texas, marking the beginning of a harrowing investigation. The tragedy began months later, when investigators discovered her body in a remote area near Wilmer, Texas, unraveling a disturbing tale. The investigation led authorities to Lisa Dykes, her wife Nina Morano, and rapper Charles Beltran. Prosecutors revealed a tragic sequence of events, suggesting that Dykes, overcome by jealousy, attacked Maricela after finding her with Beltran.
Prosecutors say Dykes killed Botello in a jealous rage in October 2020 because she found Botello in bed with her boyfriend.
They claimed the situation escalated into a fatal confrontation. Evidence indicated that Dykes and Morano were working together to conceal the crime, disposing of Maricela's body in a desolate area. While Dykes and Morano were described as being in a unique relationship with Beltran, Dykes denied this, stating her ties to Beltran were limited to supporting his music career.
He says he somewhat lacked family stability, he did not graduate high school, and he was in and out of jail. Now, he says he did not commit this murder of Maricela Botello. He says he was just a witness.
Despite her claims, investigators found messages and GPS evidence connecting her to the crime scene. This heartbreaking case left Maricela's family grieving the loss of a beloved daughter and sister, while justice sought to bring closure to their pain. As the investigation unfolded, prosecutors presented a strong case against Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano. Using GPS data, they showed that both women had been near the rural area where 23-year-old Maricela Botello's body was later found. This evidence directly contradicted Dykes' claim that she and Morano were merely visiting a FedEx distribution center nearby. Adding to the puzzle, text messages and witness testimonies painted a troubling picture of the events leading up to Maricela's tragic death. Prosecutors argued that jealousy and anger had motivated Dykes' actions, providing further evidence to support their claims. In a dramatic twist, after their initial arrest, Dykes and Morano managed to disable their court-ordered ankle monitors and fled the country. They traveled to Cambodia, where they later claimed they were seeking a fresh start and felt unfairly treated. Their escape only heightened the tension surrounding the case, as it raised questions about their motives and accountability. Despite their efforts to evade justice, the legal system caught up with them, ensuring that the tragic loss of Maricela Botelho would not go unanswered. Her family continued to grieve her loss while seeking justice for the bright young woman taken too soon.
We, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment.
After 7 days of testimony and only 90 minutes of jury deliberation, Lisa Dykes was found guilty of murder and tampering with evidence. Her wife, Nina Morano, faced separate charges for her involvement. Dykes showed no emotion as the verdict was read, maintaining her composure as Judge Nancy Mulder delivered the ruling. The prosecution highlighted Dykes' actions as a brutal betrayal of trust, while the defense argued that the evidence was circumstantial and the investigation flawed. But during the whole trial, Lisa didn't show any remorse.
Then dumped her body after she found the 23-year-old in bed with her boyfriend, Charles Beltran, Miss Dykes' boyfriend, Charles Beltran. Maricela was visiting Dallas.
The aftermath of the trial brought a mix of relief and sorrow. Maricela Botelho's brother, Luis, delivered a heartfelt victim impact statement, sharing the pain of losing his sister. He said, "She is always taking care of us, despite us losing our sister, a beloved firstborn child, and a confidant." He described the profound impact her death had on their family, especially their mother, who continued to show resilience despite the tragedy.
Taking care of us despite of us losing our sister, their firstborn child. The fact that all of this happened, she hurt herself and my dad.
From a tale of jealousy and betrayal of a girlfriend, we move to a shocking crime that was fueled by a devastating mental health crisis.
She's accused of killing her boyfriend by stabbing him 108 times. And now there is fury over the fact that she has been spared jail time after the judge ruled she was not in control.
In May 2018, a tragic and shocking event unfolded in Thousand Oaks, California, when 32-year-old Bryn Spetcher fatally stabbed her boyfriend, Chad O'Melia, more than 100 times. What initially seemed like a brutal crime turned into a controversial legal battle surrounding mental health and substance-induced psychosis. Bryn and Chad had been dating for only a few weeks when tragedy struck on the night of May 27, 2018. The couple was spending time together at Chad's apartment in Thousand Oaks, California. They decided to smoke marijuana, a substance Bryn had little experience with. After her first attempt failed to produce any noticeable effect, Chad reportedly encouraged her to try another hit. What followed was a devastating turn of events. Bryn began to experience what experts later described as cannabis-induced psychotic disorder. She became disoriented, overwhelmed, and completely out of control. In a haze of confusion, Bryn grabbed a serrated bread knife and attacked Chad. By the time the police arrived, the scene was heart-wrenching. Chad lay motionless, and Bryn was holding the knife, hysterical and in shock. In her frenzied state, Bryn even turned the knife on herself, injuring her neck. Officers acted quickly, using a taser and batons to disarm and restrain her. Chad was pronounced dead at the scene, leaving his family and friends devastated. What began as a quiet evening turned into a moment of unimaginable sorrow, forever altering the lives of everyone involved. The tragic incident quickly gained global attention as Chad's loved ones called for justice, struggling to come to terms with the shocking loss. In the courtroom, prosecutors painted a grim and heartbreaking picture of the events that unfolded. They described the severity of the attack, highlighting the 108 stab wounds Chad suffered as a sign of overwhelming and uncontrollable anger. However, Bryn's defense offered a different perspective. They explained that her actions were not intentional, but rather the result of a rare mental health crisis. Experts testified that Bryn had experienced what is known as a cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, a condition triggered by her reaction to marijuana that night. They described how her mental state at the time left her unable to understand what was happening or control her actions.
And as I got closer to him, I saw the knife in my left hand stab his abdomen. And then it just went black.
The case left many torn. On one side, Chad's family sought accountability for the devastating loss of their son and brother. On the other hand, Bryn's legal team pleaded for understanding, emphasizing the role her mental health played in the tragedy. The courtroom became a place of emotional testimony and difficult questions, as everyone grappled with how such an unthinkable event could have happened. After years of legal proceedings, a jury convicted Bryn of involuntary manslaughter. In January 2024, Judge David Worley sentenced her to 2 years of probation and 100 hours of community service instead of prison. This decision, which acknowledged her cannabis-induced psychosis, sparked strong reactions. Chad's father, Sean O'Melia, voiced his outrage, claiming the ruling set a dangerous precedent, saying, He just gave everyone in the state of California who smokes marijuana a license to kill someone.
I'm just so sorry that he went through that pain.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
In her testimony, that everything was about her.
Bryn and her family wept in relief after the judge's decision, while Chad's loved ones were left devastated, feeling justice had not been served. The public also went on roads for justice. The case highlighted the complex interplay between mental health, substance use, and criminal responsibility, leaving the community divided over whether Bryn's punishment fit her crime.
Bryn moved to Los Angeles to start her career as an audiologist, her hearing service dog, Aria, by her side. The two spent much of their free time.
Bryn's case highlights the complexities of mental health and justice. The next case shows how volatile relationships spiraled into tragedy.
Loved each other deeply, and they fought with the same level of intensity. And when one of them ends up dead, police have to decide if it was self-defense or premeditated murder.
On a quiet September night in 2015, Kaylee Whitehall and her boyfriend, Custon Johnson, were embroiled in a heated argument at their shared home in Kentucky. The confrontation would end in tragedy, leading to a criminal case that captivated the community and revealed the dark undercurrents of a troubled relationship. The argument began when Custon Johnson learned that Kaylee Whitehall planned to leave him. What started as a heated exchange quickly escalated into chaos, with their disagreements spreading throughout the house. Witnesses later described a tumultuous scene where emotions ran high. During the altercation, Johnson reportedly placed Whitehall in a headlock, attempting to control the situation. In response, Whitehall threw objects in an effort to free herself. The tension mounted as the conflict continued to spiral out of control.
I couldn't breathe and I felt like I was scared.
Amid the confusion, Whitehall made a critical decision. She grabbed a knife and returned to confront Johnson in the bedroom. What happened next changed both of their lives forever. In the midst of the struggle, Whitehall stabbed Johnson. Wounded and disoriented, Johnson managed to make his way to the bathroom, but his injuries were too severe. He collapsed near the shower, unable to recover from the damage inflicted. Tragically, his life slipped away shortly after. The devastating moment marked the tragic end of their relationship and set the stage for a courtroom battle that would later determine Whitehall's fate. It was a heartbreaking reminder of how conflicts can escalate with irreversible consequences. In the midst of the dispute, Whitehall stabbed Johnson. Injured and bleeding, he stumbled into the bathroom, collapsing near the shower. Tragically, Johnson succumbed to his wounds shortly after. The case reached the courtroom in September 2015, as the tragic events of that fateful day were laid bare before a jury. Prosecutors described the incident as an act of reckless violence, pushing back against Whitehall's claim of self-defense. Brittany Jones, a key witness, shared her account of what happened. She explained how she tried to step in and separate the couple during their heated argument, but was unable to calm the situation. She also testified to seeing Whitehall pick up a knife and return to the bedroom where Johnson was, a moment that would later prove pivotal in the case. Prosecutor Kim Gogegan presented a strong argument, emphasizing that Whitehall's actions didn't align with a narrative of self-defense. Detectives who investigated the crime scene further strengthened the prosecution's case. They revealed that the evidence contradicted Whitehall's initial claim of stabbing Johnson in the kitchen while he was holding her. Instead, the findings pointed to the fatal act occurring in the bedroom. The jury listened carefully to these details, piecing together the story of what had happened. It was a tragic moment that left the courtroom grappling with questions of accountability and the choices that led to such a devastating outcome. After a 3-day trial, the jury found Whitehall guilty of reckless homicide. On November 7th, Warren Circuit Judge Steve Wilson upheld their recommendation of a 4-year sentence. Whitehall, who had remained stoic throughout the trial, returned to custody to continue serving her time at the Warren County Regional Jail.
Penalty. We, the jury, fixed the defendant's sentence of reckless homicide.
Under the terms of her sentence, Whitehall is eligible for parole after serving 15% of her term, which means she could be released as early as March. This case brought heartbreak to both families involved and served as a stark reminder of how quickly domestic disputes can escalate into irreversible tragedies. Prosecutors argued that Johnson's life ended senselessly, while Whitehall maintained her actions stemmed from fear. Kaylee Whitehall's tragic crime leads to a heartbreaking loss, Next is a mysterious death that has sparked allegations of conspiracy.
And the Massachusetts Supreme Court is weighing arguments over whether to dismiss Karen Reed's murder charges. Reed is accused of hitting her police officer boyfriend with her SUV and leaving him to die.
Karen Reed stands accused of killing her police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, in a mysterious and tragic incident. O'Keefe, a Boston police officer with a 16-year career, was found dead in the front yard of another officer's house in January 2022. Reed, his girlfriend, has claimed her innocence, alleging that law enforcement is trying to frame her for his death. The case took an unexpected twist when a 9-week trial ended in a mistrial because the jury couldn't agree on a verdict. Karen Reed faced serious charges, including second-degree murder, motor vehicle manslaughter, and leaving the scene of a deadly accident. The prosecution was determined to try again, pledging to retry Reed for her role in the tragic death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
They arrived at the victim's home. The defendant had Ms. McCabe looked at that same cracked taillight. Ms. McCabe described the passenger side right rear taillight as cracked.
However, Reed's defense team argued that she was being unfairly accused. They claimed that law enforcement officers, some of whom were closely connected to the victim, were involved in a conspiracy to frame her for his death. The defense painted a picture of a complicated situation, suggesting that there were many unanswered questions surrounding O'Keefe's death, and that Reed's actions had been misunderstood.
To move her murder retrial to a later date. Reed is charged in connection with the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
As the case continues, the mystery deepens, with both sides presenting strong arguments. Reed insists she's innocent and is determined to clear her name, while O'Keefe's family and friends search for justice. The courtroom remains a place of tension as everyone hopes the truth will eventually come to light and bring resolution to this heartbreaking situation. The night of John O'Keefe's death started like any other, but tension had been growing in his relationship with Karen Reed. After a disagreement at a bar, Reed dropped O'Keefe off at an after-party, unaware that this would be their last night together. The next morning, Reed discovered his body outside the home of Brian Albert, a retired Boston police sergeant.
And I would note, the Commonwealth's characterization of that interview is incorrect and incomplete. I submitted additional reporting from Boston 25.
Investigators found clues linking Reed's vehicle to the scene, including a broken taillight and traces of O'Keefe's DNA on the car. The evidence suggested that Reed's SUV might have been involved in the incident, raising questions about what happened that night. However, Reed's defense team argued that O'Keefe's death could have been the result of a violent altercation at the after-party. They suggested that other people at the gathering, including Albert and his family, might have played a role. During the whole trial, Karen was just smiling as she knew that everything would be in his favor.
The judge denied the defense request to bring the jurors back to court to find out if they actually reached verdicts on those 2 counts. And now the Massachusetts Supreme Court will make a decision.
The defense painted a picture of a chaotic situation where the truth was unclear and no one really knew what had happened. As the investigation continues, the search for answers grows more complicated, with both sides trying to piece together the events leading up to that fateful morning. Despite the evidence presented by the prosecution, Reed's defense argued that the investigation was biased, particularly due to the close relationships between some of the key figures involved, including Albert's ties to law enforcement.
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south?
They claimed that Reed was unfairly targeted as a suspect. The judge denied a request to dismiss the charges, and a retrial has been scheduled for April 1st. Throughout the trial, Reed maintained her innocence, while O'Keefe's family and friends sought justice for his death. The case has left many questioning whether the right person is on trial, and whether justice can truly be served in such a complicated and emotionally charged situation.
You alone determine what evidence to believe. You determine the facts of this case.
The next case takes us to Melanie Lynn McGuire, whose story unravels a chilling account of calculated murder and a trail of shocking evidence that left investigators and the public reeling.
The latest and third suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore Sunday. Police got a tip from a recreational boater about its location in the water near the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel.
In 2004, Melanie Lynn McGuire was living what seemed to be an idyllic life. A nurse and mother, she appeared to have everything together. But behind closed doors, her marriage to William Bill McGuire was unraveling. What started as marital discord would escalate into a chilling case that horrified an entire community.
His name was Bill McGuire.
He was a husband, a father of 2 young boys. He had 2 sisters.
The victim of a vicious crime.
It literally appeared as if though
His body was cut to fit these suitcases.
On April 28, 2004, Bill McGuire vanished without warning. His disappearance puzzled friends and family, but the situation turned sinister days later when a suitcase washed ashore in Virginia. Inside were Bill's dismembered remains. The gruesome discovery would soon lead investigators to Melanie, whose actions revealed a cold and calculated murder.
There were different parts of the body. So in one suitcase, there was kind of a torso with the arms and head still attached. In the second suitcase, there was the pelvis area, and in the third suitcase, there was really the legs down.
Bill's body was found in 3 separate suitcases scattered across the Chesapeake Bay, each containing a horrifying piece of the puzzle. Melanie claimed her husband had left after an argument, but investigators discovered she had purchased a gun just days before Bill disappeared. Evidence of large garbage bags, cleaning supplies, and receipts tied Melanie to the crime, further unraveling her carefully crafted story.
The woman who was on trial for her very life. She says the real truth behind the crime has never been revealed.
With no history of violence and no apparent motive for murder.
Prosecutors argued that Melanie had drugged Bill, shot him twice, and dismembered his body to cover her tracks. The motive? To end her marriage and pursue a new life with her lover, a doctor she worked with.
Melanie McGuire, nicknamed the Suitcase Killer.
On April 23rd, 2007, I was convicted of the murder and dismemberment of my husband.
In the courtroom, the prosecution laid out a chilling narrative supported by forensic evidence. Fibers found in the suitcase matched those in Melanie's home. Surveillance footage and financial records revealed the purchase of supplies used to commit and conceal the crime. Throughout the trial, Melanie sat with an eerie calm, denying all accusations. Her composed demeanor contrasted with the shocking evidence, leaving the jury and those in the courtroom unsettled.
Guilty.
How do you find this? At the count of the indictment charging Melanie McGuire with desecrating human remains between on or about April 28, 2004 and on or about May 5, 2004 in the township of Woodbridge, Middlesex County, New Jersey, elsewhere and within the jurisdiction of this court.
Guilty.
After a grueling trial, the jury delivered a swift verdict, guilty of first-degree murder. Melanie Lynn McGuire was sentenced to life in prison without parole in 2007. Bill's family described the immense pain of losing him in such a horrific way, but they found solace in knowing justice had been served.
In this case, the crime was so heinous, so cruel, and so depraved that the court finds that the maximum sentence should be imposed.
Inside the courtroom, the pain of the victim's family was unmistakable as they listened to the horrific details of what happened to William McGuire. Tearful statements from loved ones painted a picture of a man who was full of life and deeply missed. But it was Melanie's demeanor that drew the most attention.
When I remember my uncle, the first thing I see is a waterlogged suitcase. All we can ask is that you take her freedom as she took our Billy.
Throughout the trial, she maintained an air of calmness, almost eerily composed, even as prosecutors laid out damning evidence. There were moments when she appeared to scribble notes, her expression unreadable, as if detached from the devastating consequences of her actions.
Or about April 26, 2004, and on or about May 5, 2004, in the township of Woodbridge, Middlesex County, New Jersey, elsewhere and within the jurisdiction of this court.
Guilty.
During her sentencing, Melanie's composure cracked just slightly. She shook her head and whispered to her attorney, still insisting on her innocence. While the judge delivered the life sentence, she avoided looking directly at the victim's family, her eyes fixed downward. It was a moment that underscored her refusal to accept responsibility, leaving those in attendance with a haunting impression of a woman incapable of remorse. Next, we turn to the unsettling case of Eloma Curry Walker, whose actions revealed a chilling disregard for life.
The coward who did this will be caught. I am not afraid of anything. Don't get it twisted. But what happened here is outrageous, past outrageous. My prayers, my heart, my soul go out to his wife and his children. For them to lose such a loving person that I'm hearing of.
In the quiet hours of Cleveland, Ohio, a firefighter's life of service and love was cut short in a betrayal that shocked the community. William Walker, a beloved veteran firefighter, was gunned down just steps away from the home he shared with his new wife, Eloma Curry Walker. What initially seemed like a robbery gone wrong turned out to be something far darker. A calculated act of greed orchestrated by the person he trusted most.
10 years ago this month, Cleveland firefighter Lieutenant William Walker was killed, shot in the driveway of his home in what authorities would learn was a murder-for-hire plot concocted by his wife.
At first, William Walker's murder left investigators puzzled. The 45-year-old firefighter had no known enemies, and his dedication to his family and community made the crime seem senseless. But beneath the surface, Aloma Curry Walker had been living a lie. Drowning in debt and desperate to find a way out, she devised a chilling plan. Just 4 months after marrying William, she plotted his murder to claim his $100,000 life insurance policy, viewing his life as a way to erase her financial troubles. Aloma approached her 17-year-old daughter and her daughter's boyfriend, Chad Paget, to help recruit the hitman. Chad in turn enlisted Chris Hine, a young acquaintance. For Aloma, this wasn't just about money. It was about manipulation, using everyone around her to achieve her sinister goal.
November 3rd, 2013, Walker was shot multiple times in his driveway. He didn't make it.
I actually worked at Metro Hospital in the ER, and Will was my patient. So I knew he was coming in when I heard that he was shot.
On November 3rd, 2013, Aloma's plan came to fruition. William had returned home after a long day of work when Chris Hine ambushed him outside his garage and shot him multiple times. The neighborhood was rocked by the sound of gunfire, and police quickly arrived on the scene. Aloma's act began to unravel almost immediately. She played the grieving widow, but quickly raised suspicion with her calm demeanor and inconsistent stories. Investigators discovered that William's life insurance policy still listed his ex-wife as the beneficiary, meaning Aloma stood to gain nothing from the murder. As detectives dug deeper, they uncovered damning evidence. Chad Paget confessed to his role, exposing the web of manipulation Aloma had spun. Text messages and testimonies revealed her attempts to orchestrate the crime and silence those involved.
Monday, Cuyahoga County Prosecutor Tim McGinty announced that a total of 5 people were involved in killing him in what he calls a murder for hire, orchestrated by his wife, Uloma Walker Curry. Investigators say Uloma was committing financial fraud in his name. They say she was afraid he might find out what she was doing and assumed she could use his life insurance to pay debts.
98191, co-defendant D, Uloma Curry. Co-defendant is pending on the docket.
Do you have an attorney? Do you have any money or funds to hire an attorney?
In 2017, Aloma Curry Walker was brought to trial. The courtroom was gripped with tension as the prosecution laid out the horrifying details of the case. Testimonies from her daughter and Chad Paget painted a chilling picture of her willingness to exploit even her own family. After just 2 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered their verdict: guilty of aggravated murder, conspiracy, and other charges. The judge didn't hold back during sentencing, condemning Aloma for her cold, calculated actions. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
And so we are just shocked and distraught. My father did not deserve this at all. He was such a great man, a great role model.
He was a great man, a great father, a great firefighter, a great partner. We worked together on the same fire trucks a lot.
Brian Webb remembers him as the guy who could cheer you up and make you laugh after a tough call.
I'm just really hurt to know that my mother was able to do something like this. It's just so upsetting. It's so sad.
In the courtroom, William's family broke down as the verdict was read, struggling to comprehend how someone he loved could betray him so completely. His colleagues from the fire department described him as a selfless hero, a man who dedicated his life to saving others, only to have his own life stolen in such a brutal way. Aloma, however, showed no remorse. Her blank expression as the sentencing was announced sent chills through the courtroom, a stark contrast to the tears and heartbreak of William's loved ones. Up next, we shift to the unsettling case of Kelly Cochran, whose chilling actions left a path of destruction and raised disturbing questions about her true intentions.
When you look into the eyes of the so-called devil woman of Michigan, what do you see?
I see exactly what I saw from the very beginning. She's one of the most manipulative people that you'll ever meet.
Her and her husband had entered into this agreement on their wedding night that if one had an affair on the other, that it was their responsibility to kill the person that they had the affair with.
On the surface, Kelly Cochran appeared to live an ordinary life in Michigan with her husband, Jason Cochran. But behind closed doors, their relationship was far from typical. The couple had made a dark and chilling pact. If one of them ever cheated, they would be forced to murder the lover. This twisted agreement would set the stage for a crime so horrifying it left investigators struggling to piece together the depths of Kelly's cruelty.
As soon as you walk into the house, the hair stands up on the back of your neck.
Something happened to him. I knew that in my heart.
Kelly wore the pants in the family, so whatever she wanted, Jason did.
In October 2014, Chris Regan, a 53-year-old co-worker and lover of Kelly Cochran, mysteriously vanished in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. He had been preparing to move out of town when he suddenly disappeared without a trace. When police began investigating, they found Chris's car abandoned at a park-and-ride lot. Inside, there was a sticky note with directions to Kelly Cochran's home, immediately placing her at the center of suspicion.
I actually was institutionalized a little over a month ago.
What happened to Chris?
With her, it was like lie, truth.
Kelly initially denied any involvement, insisting she knew nothing about Chris's whereabouts. But her behavior raised red flags. As investigators delved deeper, they discovered that Kelly and Jason Cochran had lured Chris to their home under the guise of a romantic evening, only to brutally ambush him. Jason shot Chris with a rifle, carrying out the deadly agreement while Kelly stood by.
Chris Regan went missing in Michigan's Upper Peninsula in October 2014. The investigation into his disappearance went nowhere. Cochran and her husband Jason had been questioned, but not arrested.
What began as a pact to punish infidelity soon spiraled into a nightmarish cover-up. The couple dismembered Chris's body, disposing of his remains in the rugged wilderness of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Despite their efforts, Kelly's mounting inconsistencies and the evidence pointing to her involvement kept the police closing in.
Shortly after the couple moved back to Northwest Indiana, when Jason Cochran died from an apparent heroin overdose, that the pieces began to fall into place.
After years of suspicion, Kelly's world began to unravel. In 2016, Jason Cochran was found dead in their home in Indiana, reportedly from a heroin overdose. But Jason's family believed otherwise, and an autopsy revealed that his death was intentional. Kelly had injected him with a lethal dose, silencing him permanently and ending their dark partnership.
Whom she said her now-dead husband had killed, then with her help dismembered. She even led investigators to where they dumped the remains.
Out in that area? A little to the right and back towards us a little.
Now a widow, Kelly fled the area, but authorities soon caught up with her. During questioning, she made stunning confessions, admitting not only to Jason's murder, but also to helping plan and carry out Chris Regan's killing. She even claimed to have killed multiple other victims, though these confessions have never been fully substantiated.
Convicted murderer Kelly Cochran was sentenced to life in prison without a chance of parole this morning. Cochran was found guilty of first-degree murder, aiding and abetting, along with 4 other felony charges in late February.
In 2017, Kelly Cochran was convicted of Chris Regan's murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. She was also found guilty of Jason Cochran's death, adding another 65 years to her sentence. Prosecutors described her as manipulative, calculating, and devoid of remorse. A woman who not only orchestrated brutal crimes, but reveled in the chaos she left behind.
Do you have a conscience? Has this have you always felt this way? I've always been like this, man.
Kelly's chilling goodbye letters, written shortly before her arrest, hinted at her complete detachment from reality. She referred to herself as a devil in human form, leaving no doubt about the darkness within her.
Everybody just cried, and Chris's family was sitting right behind me, and the first thing I did is just turn around and hug them.
In the courtroom, Chris Regan's loved ones sat in stunned silence as Kelly detailed the events leading to his death. The descriptions of her betrayal and brutality were almost too much to bear. Jason Cochran's family, still grappling with his murder, expressed their grief over being deceived by Kelly's manipulative persona.
If he would have never met me, he'd be here today.
35-year-old Kelly Cochran will never again walk free, convicted of killing her lover and then her husband.
Kelly's demeanor during her trial was cold and emotionless, leaving those in attendance shaken by her lack of humanity. Her statements about having more victims further horrified everyone, cementing her reputation as one of the most chilling killers to stand trial. Now we turn to the case of Nikki Sue Enzel, a woman whose disturbing crime left a lasting impact on those closest to her and continues to haunt those who heard her story.
Nikki Sue Melissa Enzel. Conspiracy to commit murder. As to the charge of conspiracy to commit murder, we find the defendant Nikki Sue Melissa Enzel guilty.
It was not enough that Nikki Sue Enzel was already cheating on her husband. She had to make matters worse by having him killed. On January 2nd, 2020, a frantic 911 call came in. Nikki Sue came home to find that her house was on fire. She said that she was scared that her husband was trapped inside. According to Nikki, she'd been away from home for a few days when she got a call from her husband's coworker, who said he hadn't been to work for a few days.
I came out here to check. My husband sent a text message that he didn't come in today, and I've been good 3 days, and so I'm coming here to check. And I walk in, I open the back door, and I walk in, and the house is smoky. I can't get in the door. It's smoky in the house.
When firefighters got to the scene, they found the body of 42-year-old Chad Ensel inside his bedroom. He was pronounced dead, and an autopsy was carried out. It was soon revealed that the fire was not what killed Chad. He had been shot multiple times by a shotgun. At first, investigators believed that he had committed suicide and that the house fire was caused by a propane heater. Another investigation revealed that Chad couldn't have committed suicide, and that's when the story that Nikki gave began to crumble. The gun was found near the bed and not near Chad on the floor. It was also revealed that the fire had been deliberate after the accelerant was found in the bedroom. At first, no one really suspected Nikki. That was until security footage showed Nikki with a man in multiple places over their area. It was then revealed that this was Earl Howard, Nikki's lover.
Show that Nikki Sue Ensel and Earl Howard agreed to kill Chad Ensel, agreed to set the house on fire, to collect the insurance benefits and to cover up the murder, and agreed to tamper with evidence by destroying or disposing of that second shotgun shell and setting the fire to cover up the evidence of the murder.
Nikki had been in an affair with Earl for a while before deciding to go see him in the motel. While she denied that she hadn't been back to the house before the fire, CCTV footage soon showed otherwise. After constant interrogation, Nikki claimed that Howard was the one who shot Chad while they were struggling over the gun. She said she waited in the car. Her story changed again when she claimed that she had never seen Howard before. Despite this, prosecutors did not believe her. Howard, on the other hand, said that Nikki had shot her husband and that he offered to set the house on fire to burn evidence. Prosecutors argued that they planned to kill him and run away with his insurance money. Nikki was charged with conspiracy to commit arson, conspiracy to commit murder, and conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. In February 2023, she was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. In court, she tried to appeal her sentence.
I get told I need to take a plea deal. It's going to be this way. I don't want to. I want to have my chance.
Her appeal was dismissed, and she is serving her sentence in North Dakota. Howard ended up pleading guilty to various charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and arson. In making the plea deal, prosecutors agreed to drop a murder charge. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison in February 2022. The actions of these girlfriends crossed the line from passion to tragedy, leaving behind scars that may never heal. Their stories of anger and betrayal reveal how the most shocking acts can occur behind closed doors, carried out by those once trusted the most.
These devices in my spine to fuse it. After the surgery, he said that everything had gone great, but I was no better. I was possibly even worse.
You moved here from, was it Tennessee? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So you just started, you did all your schooling there and then came?
Yeah, med school, PhD, graduate school, residency, fellowship in spine.
In a field meant to heal and protect, these doctors chose a darker path. Their medical licenses became weapons of destruction as they betrayed their sacred oath in the most horrific ways imaginable. Dr. Christopher Dunch even deliberately hurt his own patients during surgery, leaving some with life-changing injuries and others not even surviving the tragic ordeal. The shock on their faces when justice finally arrived? Priceless. Let's dive in.
News, Dr. Farid Fata pleading guilty to a long list of charges. He's the cancer specialist accused of bilking Medicare out of millions of dollars.
In the wealthy suburbs of Detroit, Dr. Farid Fata built a medical empire that spanned 7 cancer treatment centers. His Michigan hematology-oncology practice became the largest private cancer practice in Michigan. Patients flocked to him, believing his reputation as a brilliant doctor who could save them from cancer's grip. Little did they know that behind his caring smile lurked something far more sinister than the disease they feared. In August 2013, federal agents stormed into Fata's clinic and led the respected oncologist away in handcuffs. What started as a tip from a whistleblower unraveled into a horrifying discovery. For years, Fata had been telling healthy patients that they had cancer when they didn't. Even worse, he was giving unnecessary chemotherapy to patients with real cancer, harming their bodies beyond what their treatment required. One patient walked into Fata's office with a simple complaint and walked out with a cancer diagnosis and orders to start chemotherapy immediately. Another was told his cancer had spread to his bones when his body was completely cancer-free. A nurse who worked at his clinic became suspicious when she noticed patients receiving treatment schedules that made no medical sense. The treatments were brutal. Toxic drugs pumping into the veins of people who never needed them in the first place.
Teddy Howard went through rounds of chemotherapy after Fatah's diagnosis and now needs a lifetime of medicine to stay healthy.
What really makes me angry is the fact that he lied.
The scale of Fatah's scheme was staggering. Investigators uncovered that he had deliberately misdiagnosed hundreds of patients and subjected them to unnecessary treatments. Some received dangerous chemotherapy for cancers they never had. Others with terminal illnesses were given false hope of recovery, while Fatah maximized his profits. One patient received 155 chemotherapy treatments over 2 years, treatments that were completely unnecessary. Many lost their hair, their strength, and their dignity. Their bodies became battlegrounds in a war against a disease some of them never actually had. FBI agents poured through thousands of patient files and found the same disturbing pattern again and again. Healthy people being diagnosed with blood cancers that could only be verified by Fatah himself, then subjected to years of expensive treatments. Fatah's motive was as simple as it was cold-blooded: money. For every infusion, every unnecessary procedure, every false diagnosis, the doctor billed insurance companies and Medicare. The fraudulent claims totaled $34 million. While his patients suffered from treatments they didn't need, Fatah purchased a $3 million mansion and built his own cancer treatment drug pharmacy to increase his profits even further.
Oakland Township House. The FBI raided Dr. Fatah's home and offices last Tuesday. He was arrested, accused of giving chemo and other treatments to cancer patients.
In September 2014, Fatah pleaded guilty to 13 counts of healthcare fraud, 1 count of conspiracy to receive kickbacks, and 2 counts of money laundering. The doctor who once commanded respect in the medical community now stood exposed as one of the most heartless medical fraudsters in American history. On July 10, 2015, Fatah entered the courtroom for sentencing. A once respected doctor now sat slumped in his seat as the weight of his crimes pressed down upon him.
Fatah stared blankly while nearly 24 patients and family members read impact statements, including Laura Stetfeld, whose father died under Fatah's care.
When Judge Paul Borman announced the 45-year sentence, Fatah's composure finally broke. The doctor, who had shown little emotion throughout the trial, visibly trembled. His knees buckled, and his attorneys had to steady him as the reality sank in. He would likely die behind bars. Outside the courthouse, patients who had lost years of their lives to unnecessary treatments held signs and embraced each other. Their bodies were damaged by toxic drugs they never needed, but at last, they had the validation that they weren't crazy. They had been victims of a doctor who had traded his oath for greed. While Dr. Fatah's crimes were calculated for financial gain, our next doctor received an even longer sentence for his horrific actions.
So we begin tonight with a Denver doctor facing additional criminal charges. Dr. Stephen Matthews is now facing 10 criminal cases related to alleged date rape. Prior to today, Matthews had only been facing 1 charge.
Stephen Matthews seemed like a respected professional, until investigators uncovered the disturbing truth about what he was doing to his own patients. In upscale Denver neighborhoods, Dr. Stephen Matthews was known as a skilled cardiologist with a thriving practice. With his charming smile and impressive medical credentials, he quickly gained the trust of his community. By day, he saved lives in the operating room, but as the sun set, a different side of Dr. Matthews emerged, one that would eventually shock the entire medical community and leave a trail of victims in his wake. In June 2023, police arrived at Matthews' luxurious Denver home with a search warrant. The respected doctor was placed in handcuffs as investigators combed through his property. What triggered this sudden fall from grace? Detectives had been quietly building a case after several women came forward with disturbing stories about their encounters with the charming doctor. Matthews had been using dating apps like Hinge to meet women. He'd invite them to his home, where he'd offer them drinks. But police discovered something sinister in these seemingly innocent date nights. The women reported feeling suddenly dizzy, experiencing memory blackouts, and waking up the next morning feeling confused and violated.
You think you were drugged at his home?
Absolutely, I do.
A Denver police detective recounted what this woman said happened at the hands of Matthews after the two had been drinking.
One woman described texting her mother during a date with Matthews, saying she felt strangely intoxicated after just 1 drink. By morning, she had no memory of sending the message. As investigators dug deeper, a calculated pattern emerged. Matthews wasn't just a doctor who crossed boundaries. He was methodically targeting women using his medical knowledge. Police found that Matthews had been secretly adding powerful sedatives to women's drinks. These weren't random acts, but part of a carefully planned strategy. The search of his home revealed hidden sedatives and evidence that Matthews had been researching how these substances affect memory. Even more shocking, investigators discovered Matthews had been recording his crimes, creating a digital record of his victims' most vulnerable moments without their knowledge or consent. His motive appeared to be a disturbing desire for control and power. As a cardiologist, Matthews was respected and trusted. Behind closed doors, he used his medical knowledge to take advantage of women when they were most vulnerable. When victims tried to piece together what had happened, Matthews would gaslight them, suggesting they had simply had too much to drink, or that they were making things up. What made this case particularly chilling was how Matthews tried to cover his tracks. When he realized police were investigating him, he attempted to destroy evidence by factory resetting his phone and deleting digital records. But forensic experts were able to recover crucial information that sealed his fate.
Stephen Matthews, the Denver cardiologist charged with drugging or date 13 women he met online, sat handcuffed in court listening to a recitation of the alleged sex assaults.
In August 2024, after an emotional trial, a jury found Matthews guilty on multiple counts of assault and administering substances to commit a crime. The evidence was overwhelming: digital records, testimony from multiple victims, and the doctor's own attempts to hide evidence all pointed to his guilt. On October 25, 2024, Matthews entered the courtroom for sentencing. The once confident doctor now appeared small and defeated. The gallery was filled with brave survivors who had come forward to ensure justice was served. For hours, they shared how their encounters with Matthews had changed their lives forever. When Judge Eric Johnson announced the staggering 158-year sentence, the courtroom fell silent. Matthews' knees buckled, and he gripped the table to steady himself. The color drained from his face as he realized he would spend the rest of his life behind bars.
It would be improper if you did not serve a sentence for each victim individually. The total number of years are 158 years in prison. This matter is concluded.
One survivor later described the moment as watching a mask finally slip off. The doctor, who had carefully maintained his professional image for years, was finally exposed for what he truly was. As officers led him away in handcuffs, several survivors embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. Not from sadness, but from the relief of knowing Matthews could never harm anyone again. While Matthews used his medical knowledge to harm those who trusted him, our next doctor's actions reached an even more disturbing level.
It has been described as a house of horrors. This West Philadelphia abortion clinic where 69-year-old Dr. Kermit Gosnell operated for more than 30 years.
The children were born and then killed.
Dr. Kermit Gosnell operated what prosecutors would later call a house of horrors, a facility where medical standards were abandoned and human life was treated with shocking disregard. For over 30 years, Dr. Kermit Gosnell ran the Women's Medical Society Clinic in a rundown brick building in West Philadelphia. From the outside, it looked unremarkable, just another medical office in a struggling neighborhood. Inside those walls, however, something was terribly wrong. The doctor who claimed to help women in need was hiding dark secrets that would eventually shock the entire nation and earn him the name no doctor ever wants: serial killer. In February 2010, federal agents and local police raided Gosnell's clinic. They weren't looking for evidence of medical wrongdoing. They were investigating reports of illegal prescription drug sales. What they found inside stopped them in their tracks. The clinic was filthy. Medical equipment lay broken and unused. Bloodstains covered the floors and walls. Cat hair was everywhere. The smell of urine filled the air. But it wasn't just the disgusting conditions that horrified investigators. In a search of the property, they discovered something much worse. 47 containers with human remains stored in freezers and refrigerators throughout the building. Some dated back for years. This wasn't standard medical waste. This was evidence of something far more sinister. Health officials immediately shut down the clinic. As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered a trail of complaints against Gosnell stretching back decades. State regulators had received multiple reports about terrible conditions at the clinic, but no one had acted. Some patients had developed serious infections from unsterilized equipment. Others had been permanently injured during procedures. One woman had even died. Many of these patients were poor, desperate, and had nowhere else to turn. Gosnell charged them hundreds or thousands of dollars in cash. Even more disturbing, staff member testimonials reveal that Gosnell was accused of ending the lives of infants after they were delivered. This wasn't a one-time occurrence. According to testimony, it had happened hundreds of times over the years.
But this former patient told KYW last year she endured a botched procedure by Gosnell and will never forget his words to her afterward.
Wake up, wake up. I need you to put your clothes on. I have an ambulance waiting for you outside. I did something to you and I don't know what I did.
One employee described how some of the babies had moved or cried before Gosnell ended their lives. The clinic employed untrained staff who administered powerful drugs to patients. The medicine cabinet contained expired drugs, and essential emergency equipment was either broken or missing entirely. Gosnell's motive appeared to be simple: money. His clinic brought in an estimated $1.8 million each year, much of it in cash payments. He cut every corner possible to maximize profits. Untrained staff worked for low wages, equipment was never replaced, and safety protocols were ignored. While his clinic deteriorated into squalor, Gosnell lived in a large house at the shore and owned multiple properties. In January 2011, Gosnell was charged with 8 counts of murder, 7 for infants who were born alive and killed at his clinic, and 1 for a patient named Karnamaya Mongar, who died from an overdose of anesthesia during a procedure. Gosnell was also charged with over 200 counts of violating Pennsylvania's reproductive laws and other regulations.
Because I called him, I said, "What do you do to my daughter?" I said, "My daughter's about to die." I said, "What in the world you?" He said, "Russ, take her to the hospital, take her to the hospital." I said, "I am taking her to the hospital now."
The trial began in March 2013. Prosecutors presented evidence from the clinic, testimony from former employees, and medical records of victims. The defense argued that none of the infants had been born alive, and that Gosnell had been providing a service to a community that had few medical options. On May 13, 2013, after 10 days of deliberation, the jury reached its verdict: guilty of first-degree murder in the deaths of 3 infants, guilty of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Karnamaya Mongar, and guilty of hundreds of lesser charges. 2 days later, Gosnell returned to court for sentencing. To avoid the death penalty, he made a deal with prosecutors to give up his right to appeal. The judge sentenced him to 3 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 30 years. As the sentence was read, Gosnell's composed exterior finally cracked. His shoulders slumped forward. The man who had shown no emotion when faced with evidence of his crimes now looked defeated and old.
Initially, he appeared not to have a reaction, Jake, and I actually stayed behind after the verdict came in and walked up to the well of the courtroom, and I did look at Dr. Gosnell, and he appeared, in my view, to be shocked.
Outside the courthouse, a crowd gathered to hear the news. Some held signs, others embraced each other. Justice had finally come for the victims of the doctor who had betrayed his oath to do no harm in the most horrific way imaginable. Gosnell's disregard for human life earned him 3 life sentences, but our next doctor took medical malpractice to an almost unbelievable level.
During the surgery, she started bleeding.
A problem? Dr. Dunch doesn't think so.
He just sewed her up and said she's okay.
But Kelly was far from okay.
Dr. Christopher Dunch didn't just harm patients through negligence. He actively injured them during surgery, leaving a trail of damaged lives in his wake. On July 2011, a new neurosurgeon arrived in Dallas with a resume that sparkled with promise. Dr. Christopher Dunch had completed his training at prestigious institutions and boasted of revolutionary surgical techniques. Patients with debilitating back pain flocked to him, hoping his skilled hands would provide relief. No one could have predicted that between 2011 and 2013, this rising star would operate on 38 patients and leave 33 of them seriously injured for life, earning him a chilling nickname, Dr. Death. The first signs of trouble appeared almost immediately. On December 30th, 2011, Dunch performed a simple fusion on Lee Passmore, who woke up paralyzed with uncontrollable pain. In January 2012, Jerry Summers, Dunch's childhood friend, went in for a routine cervical fusion and woke up quadriplegic. On February 19, 2012, Kelly Martin entered the operating room for a minor procedure and bled to death from a sliced vertebral artery. By March 2012, fellow surgeons were horrified. After 3 catastrophic surgeries in just 3 months, Baylor Hospital asked Dunch to resign, but provided a letter of reference. Within weeks, he was operating at Dallas Medical Center, where he botched 4 more surgeries in just 2 weeks. One doctor who observed Dunch was shocked. The neurosurgeon seemed to have little understanding of basic anatomy, making cuts in places no trained surgeon would approach. Despite mounting concerns, Dunch kept operating. Between July 2012 and June 2013, he gained privileges at 3 more hospitals. When questioned, he blamed others: faulty equipment, incompetent staff, unusual patient anatomy. The Texas Medical Board, despite receiving multiple complaints, took nearly 2 years to stop him. What doctors discovered went beyond mere incompetence. In several surgeries, Dunch deliberately placed screws and hardware into muscle instead of bone, doing nothing to fix patients' problems while creating new ones.
These devices in my spine to fuse it. After the surgery, he said that everything had gone great, but I was no better. I was possibly even worse.
The case of Mary Eford became central to understanding Dunch's actions. After her routine fusion, she woke up with severe pain. Dr. Robert Henderson, a veteran surgeon called in to help, was stunned by what he found when he reopened her spine. The hardware was installed in all the wrong places. Screw holes had been drilled in areas no trained surgeon would touch. Her nerve roots had been completely severed, damage that looked intentional rather than accidental. Dunch's motive remained a mystery. Was it staggering incompetence? Was he impaired by drugs or alcohol? Investigators later discovered a disturbing email Dunch had sent in which he wrote that he was ready to become a cold-blooded killer. As authorities built their case, they uncovered more about Dunch's past. Despite his impressive resume, his surgical training had been spotty. Former colleagues reported erratic behavior and substance problems. They described marathon surgery sessions after which Dunch appeared disoriented. Yet somehow, he kept practicing, moving from victim to victim.
You moved here from, was it Tennessee, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so you just started, you did all your schooling there and then came?
Yeah, med school, PhD, graduate school, residency, fellowship in spine.
In July 2015, after harming over 30 patients, including 2 who died, Dunch's medical license was finally revoked. For his victims, this wasn't enough. In 2017, Dunch went on trial for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The weapon? His scalpel and surgical tools. Prosecutors focused on what he had done to Mary Eford, arguing his actions went far beyond negligence and entered the realm of criminal behavior. On February 20th, 2017, after 4 hours of deliberation, the jury returned with a guilty verdict. As it was read, Dunch sat perfectly still, his expression blank. But when the judge announced the life sentence, the mask finally slipped. His eyes widened in shock. The doctor who had known such confidence in the operating room now looked small and defeated as he realized he would spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Jury, having found the defendant, Christopher Daniel Dunch, guilty of injury to an elderly individual as charged in the indictment, unanimously assesses punishment and confinement in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life.
It took the jury about an hour to decide. Life in prison for a doctor convicted of maiming and killing his patients.
Victims and their families filled the courtroom. Some were in wheelchairs, permanent reminders of their encounters with Dr. Death. As Dunch was led away in handcuffs, soft sobs could be heard from the gallery. Not tears of sadness, but of relief that the doctor who had caused so much suffering would never practice medicine again. While Dr. Dunch used his surgical tools to harm patients directly, our next doctor found an even more insidious way to spread suffering. Dr. Reynaldo Ortiz didn't just harm his own patients. He tampered with IV bags that would be used by other doctors, causing a wave of mysterious medical emergencies that baffled an entire hospital.
Dr. Ortiz cloaked himself in the white coat of a healer, but instead of curing pain, he inflicted it.
A doctor is convicted of intentionally tampering with IV bags full of medicine.
In summer 2022, a wave of panic swept through Baylor, Scott, and White Surgicare in Dallas. Healthy patients suddenly suffered heart-stopping emergencies during routine procedures. Medical staff scrambled to save lives as one patient after another crashed without warning. Something sinister was happening at the facility, but no one could figure out what, until security cameras revealed a trusted anesthesiologist with a suspicious pattern of behavior. Dr. Reynaldo Ortiz would soon become known as the medical terrorist, whose actions shocked the entire healthcare community. On June 21, 2012, Dr. Melanie Kaspar, a beloved anesthesiologist, felt unwell at home after a busy day at the surgical center. To rehydrate, she grabbed an IV bag she had brought home from work, a common practice among medical professionals. Within moments of inserting the IV line, her heart began racing uncontrollably. She called out to her husband, who rushed to her side, but it was too late. By the time paramedics arrived, Kaspar was dead from a massive heart attack. The medical examiner initially ruled it natural causes, but her colleagues couldn't shake their suspicions. Around the same time, other disturbing incidents were occurring at the surgical center where Kaspar worked.
Jack Adlerstein almost died from the bags secretly filled with dangerous drugs by Dr. Reynaldo Ortiz.
An 18-year-old boy having shoulder surgery unexpectedly went into cardiac arrest on the operating table. A middle-aged woman's heart stopped during a routine cosmetic procedure. Within just 16 days, 11 patients suffered severe cardiac complications and surgeries where such events should never happen. Something wasn't right. Hospital administrators reviewed security footage from the facility and spotted something alarming. Dr. Reynaldo Ortiz was repeatedly seen taking IV bags from the warming cabinet, walking away with them to a hallway without cameras, then returning them minutes later. Investigators see several unused IV bags from the facility. Lab tests revealed a shocking truth. The bags had been injected with heart-stopping drugs like epinephrine and bupivacaine, medications that could cause immediate cardiac arrest if delivered directly into the bloodstream. The puncture marks in the bags were tiny, but unmistakable. Someone had used a syringe to add these dangerous substances when no one was looking.
Patients began experiencing cardiac emergencies 2 days after Dr. Ortiz was notified of a disciplinary inquiry at that facility where he deviated from the standard of care. Dr. Ortiz, who had a history of disciplinary actions against him, told other doctors the center was trying to crucify him.
All evidence pointed to Ortiz. The timeline matched perfectly. His visits to the warming cabinet corresponded with the tainted IV bags. Even more telling, no cardiac events occurred on days when Ortiz wasn't working. Investigators dug into his background and discovered a troubling history. He had been on disciplinary probation for failing to properly care for a patient in distress. Just days before the poisonings began, he had been confronted about another medical mistake. His motive became clear: revenge against the facility and colleagues who had reported his mistakes. Ortiz apparently believed that causing patient emergencies would reflect poorly on the surgical center, not on him personally. In a calculated move, he never used the tainted bags on his own patients, making the connection harder to trace. What made his actions even more horrifying was how he simply stood by, watching other doctors frantically try to save patients who had received his poisoned IVs. In September 2022, federal agents arrested Ortiz outside his home. Investigators had compiled overwhelming evidence: the security footage, the tainted IV bags, the pattern of incidents matching his schedule, and his history of disciplinary problems at the facility. He was charged with tampering with consumer products resulting in death and intentional drug adulteration. The trial began in March 2024. Over 2 weeks, jurors saw the damning security footage and heard how Ortiz had placed his colleagues and innocent patients in deadly situations. Scientists explained how the heart-stopping drugs had been methodically injected into the IV bags, requiring medical knowledge and deliberate intent.
Her husband of 30 years, John Kaspar, attended today's hearing.
It's just been a difficult summer, and this new information just stirs up all the emotions all over again. So it's.
On April 15th, 2024, after just 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Ortiz guilty on all counts. The sentencing hearing was even more dramatic. Victims and their families filled the courtroom, many still dealing with long-term heart damage from their brushes with death. Dr. Kaspar's husband, fighting back tears, described finding his wife collapsed on their bathroom floor. On November 20th, 2024, Judge David Godbey announced a sentence that made headlines across the nation: 190 years in federal prison. The doctor who had brought others to the brink of death now faced what amounted to a death sentence of his own.
Ortiz himself had no visible reaction when the verdict was read. He was wearing a mask, as he has during most of the trial. In the gallery, though, people were hugging, some were crying, someone even broke out clapping as Ortiz was let out.
Judge Godbey didn't hold back in his assessment, calling Ortiz's crimes among the most horrific he had ever seen in his career. As Ortiz was led away in handcuffs, the victims and their families embraced each other. The medical community in Dallas could finally breathe easier, knowing the doctor who had turned their healing center into a place of fear would never practice medicine again. From prestigious medical degrees to life sentences, these doctors traded their healing hands for weapons of destruction. Their shocked faces in court show the moment they realized no white coat could shield them from justice. While their victims continue to suffer, these medical monsters will spend decades behind bars, paying for their betrayal of the most sacred trust. The medical world holds many more dark secrets waiting to be exposed.
TikTok, he's known as Mr. Prada with more than 8 million followers.
Life is a prison. Get me out.
But now the social media star has millions following the story of his arrest in the brutal murder of a popular doctor.
You were just being detained because you Alright, so we're gonna figure it out. You're detained.
TikTok fame. For some, it's a dream. For others, it's a deadly obsession. Some influencers use the platform to build a following. Others, to lure victims. But one case stands out. Zachary Latham, a TikToker whose online feuds turned into a real-life bloodbath. A deadly fight, a shocking defense, and a courtroom reaction no one saw coming. Let's dive into the TikTok killers who took things too far.
That woman is 19-year-old Anaya Womack. She had a single gunshot wound to her abdomen.
The TikTok trend was supposed to be harmless, just a quick video, a few laughs, and a viral moment. But on October 8, 2023, in Jacksonville, Florida, what started as a social media stunt ended with a young woman bleeding out in a hospital. Mariah Clayton, 20 years old, stood in front of a camera, a rifle in her hands. Behind her, 19-year-old Anaya Womack laughed, waiting for their next take. But in a split second, the joke turned deadly. The rifle discharged. A single bullet tore through Anaya's stomach. Instead of calling 911, Mariah and another friend panicked. They rushed Anaya to the hospital and dropped her off at the emergency entrance. Doctors fought to save her, but just hours later, she was gone. But why was a loaded rifle being used as a TikTok prop in the first place? At first, nobody knew what had happened. The hospital had a young girl dying from a gunshot wound and no explanation. Surveillance footage showed Mariah pulling up and dropping Anaya off inside. When police caught up with Mariah and her boyfriend, at first they said they saw her walking at the side of the road, stumbling. But the officer there that night felt something wasn't adding up in their story. Eventually, the truth came out. When the police confronted Mariah and her boyfriend, they pleaded that it was an accident, that she didn't mean to pull the trigger. But investigators weren't buying it. Why was the gun loaded? Why didn't she call for help? Then came the shocking twist.
You were just being detained because you Alright, so we're gonna figure it out. You're detained.
The rifle belonged to Mariah's boyfriend, a convicted felon who wasn't even supposed to have a gun. He claimed he left it unloaded, but somehow a bullet ended up in the chamber. Anaya's family demanded justice. To them, this wasn't just an accident. It was recklessness that cost their daughter her life. Would the court agree? In court, the prosecution painted her as reckless and irresponsible. She played with a deadly weapon, ignored basic safety, and ran when things went wrong. The defense pleaded for leniency, arguing it was a mistake, not a murder. They pointed out that Mariah had no history of violence. This was one moment of bad judgment with devastating consequences. For Anaya's family, no excuse could bring their daughter back. They sat in the courtroom, hearts broken, waiting for the moment they'd been dreading. Would Mariah walk free? After months of legal battles, the verdict was in. Mariah Clayton was sentenced to 5 years in prison, a far cry from the 30 years she could have faced. But to Anaya's grieving family, it still wasn't enough. Mariah sobbed as the judge read her sentence, shoulders shaking, reality sinking in. She had gone from TikTok star to convicted felon in a matter of seconds. Anaya's mother, her voice trembling with grief, told reporters, "She gets to come home one day. My daughter never will." The courtroom was heavy with emotion. Mariah Clayton stood still, with no emotion as the reality of her sentence sank in. The life she once knew, her friends, her freedom, her future, was gone. The moment the judge handed down the sentence, she closed her eyes and whispered, 5 years, that's all.
Why you did this to me? Why you took my baby from me?
Outside the courthouse, Anaya's family and friends held each other, some in tears, others shaking their heads in disbelief. To them, Mariah's punishment was nothing compared to the hole left in their lives. A life had been taken, and no sentence could ever make up for that. A social media stunt turned tragic mistake left one young woman dead and another behind bars. But in the next case, there was no mistake, only horror. A teenager recorded her final moments on TikTok without realizing her killer was waiting in the next room.
With more violent crime in the city of Atlanta involving young people, right now, a 16-year-old girl is dead following a shooting at the Hyatt Hotel downtown.
Atlanta police telling us they responded to the Hyatt Regency Hotel just after midnight this morning and found the girl with a gunshot wound in the hotel lobby. She later died at the hospital.
It was supposed to be a night of fun, music, dancing, and a TikTok video to capture the moment. But what was meant to be a normal post turned into something terrifying. 16-year-old Kalicia Williams hit record, smiling into the camera, swaying to the music inside a hotel room. But just seconds later, her expression changed. She stopped mid-dance, looking startled, like someone had entered the room. Then, the video cut off. Moments later, Kalicia was dead. December 26, 2020, Atlanta, Georgia. Kalicia's parents thought she was at a chaperoned party with friends, but instead, she had been taken to a hotel without their knowledge. Her final TikTok video was recorded at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta. What happened next was unclear at first, but by 12:30 a.m., Kalicia was found collapsed in the hotel lobby, bleeding from a gunshot wound to the chest. Hotel staff called 911, but by the time paramedics arrived, it was too late. Police quickly uncovered a disturbing truth. Kalicia had been lured there under false pretenses. Instead of the supervised gathering she had told her parents about, she had been taken to the hotel by someone she trusted. But that trust would cost her everything. Security footage showed Kalicia and a 16-year-old boy arguing in the hotel room. Just moments later, a gun went off. Police arrested the unnamed teenage suspect, charging him with felony murder, aggravated assault, reckless conduct, and possession of a firearm by a minor. Kalicia's parents were devastated, not just by her death, but by how long it took for them to be notified. They claimed they didn't learn about her passing until hours later, long after the suspect had already been taken into custody. But the biggest twist, Kalicia wasn't even supposed to be there. A so-called friend had set up the hotel room, and according to her family, they had lied about the details of the night. Had they known, they would never have let her go. What started as a simple TikTok recording had ended in a horrifying crime scene. The suspect pleaded guilty and was sentenced, but because of his age, the details of his punishment were not publicly released. The decision left Kalicia's family feeling robbed of true justice. For them, no sentence could replace the stolen future of a 16-year-old girl who should have graduated, chased dreams, and lived a full life. Her case sparked conversations about social media dangers, teenage independence, and the risks of trusting the wrong people. Parents across the country watched in horror, realizing how quickly things can go wrong.
That beyond the headlines and legal proceedings, a grieving mother seeks solace and closure in the face of a tragedy that has forever altered the fabric of her family.
A young girl was gone, over a hotel party she wasn't even supposed to be at, over an argument that should never have turned deadly, and the final seconds of her life, captured on video, frozen in time, haunting proof of how quickly everything changed. A hotel stay turned deadly, leaving one teen's final moments captured on camera. But in the next case, the crime was far more calculated. A TikTok influencer with millions of followers was hiding a dark secret, one that ended with a brutal murder and a body dumped on the side of a road.
TikTok, he's known as Mr. Prada with more than 8 million followers.
Life is a prison. Get me out.
But now the social media star has millions following the story of his arrest in the brutal murder of a popular doctor.
Terrion Thomas, better known online as Mr. Prada, had built a following on TikTok with his flashy lifestyle and bold personality. But behind the curated posts and viral clips, there was a dark reality lurking beneath the surface. On January 24th, a brutal crime shocked his audience and left one man dead. The truth behind what happened would unravel a chilling story of deception, violence, and a deadly cover-up. On January 26, 2024, the body of 69-year-old therapist William Nicholas Abraham was found on the side of Interstate 12 in Tangipahoa Parish, Louisiana. Wrapped in a blue tarpaulin, the discovery sent waves of shock through the community. Investigators determined that Abraham had suffered blunt force trauma, and it didn't take long before a prime suspect emerged, Terrion Thomas. Thomas, just 20 years old, was well known for his extravagant social media presence. But as police dug deeper, they uncovered disturbing details. Surveillance footage showed Thomas and Abraham together just days before the murder. Phone records placed them in close proximity, and evidence found at the crime scene directly linked Thomas to the killing. Then, an even more shocking twist. Thomas fled the state, leading authorities on a multi-state manhunt before being captured in Dallas, Texas. His arrest was caught on video, showing the once confident TikTok star in handcuffs, avoiding eye contact with the cameras. After being extradited back to Louisiana, Terrion Thomas initially faced manslaughter charges. However, as more evidence surfaced, prosecutors upgraded his charges to first-degree murder, meaning he now faces the possibility of life in prison without parole. Authorities believe Thomas lured William Nicholas Abraham into a deadly trap before attacking him, dumping his body wrapped in a tarpaulin and fleeing the state. Evidence includes security footage, digital records, and witness statements that paint a picture of a crime far more sinister than a moment of rage.
The next day, Saturday, September 28th, around 11 a.m., surveillance video captured Abraham at an apartment complex off of Essen Lane.
He was by himself. It appears that he was maybe going to look for the apartment. He was not seen alive again.
In court, Thomas appeared calm and composed, a stark contrast to his flashy online persona. Gone were the expensive outfits, the designer brands, the staged confidence. Now he stood in a prison uniform, listening as the charges against him were read. The once rising influencer was now fighting for his freedom in a case that had gripped the internet. As Thomas awaits trial, both the prosecution and defense are preparing for what could be a highly publicized courtroom battle. His legal team argues that the killing was not premeditated, but prosecutors are pushing for the harshest penalty possible. If convicted of first-degree murder, Thomas faces life in prison without parole. If the charge is reduced, he could receive a lesser sentence, but the weight of his actions and the evidence against him may make that unlikely. For now, there's no final verdict, only a waiting game as the justice system moves forward. His next court date looms, and with it, the potential for a trial that will put every detail of his life and his crime under the spotlight.
It's just been unbelievably painful. The worst thing that you would ever want to happen to someone that you love to die such a vicious, horrible, inhumane death.
Abraham's family has spoken out, devastated by the brutal nature of his death. They described him as a kind and compassionate man who dedicated his life to helping others, only to have that life cut short in such a horrific way. Meanwhile, Thomas's social media following has turned into a battleground. Some of his past fans refuse to believe that their favorite influencer could be guilty, while others are shocked that the man they once admired could be involved in such a gruesome crime. As the trial nears, the world watches, waiting to see whether Terrion Thomas will spend the rest of his life behind bars, or if his legal team can find a way to change his fate. A social media persona built on luxury and confidence crumbled under the weight of a cold-blooded murder. But in the next case, a TikToker turned violent after a bitter feud with his neighbors, and what happened next left an entire community in shock.
New at 6, an emotional farewell tonight to a New Jersey corrections officer killed, police say, by his neighbor. Eyewitness News reporter Howard Monroe is in Violent with more.
It started as a neighborhood feud, but ended in bloodshed. Zachary Latham was obsessed with TikTok fame, and he knew exactly how to get it, by picking fights with his neighbors and posting the encounters online. He taunted them, threatened them, and even pulled a knife on them. But when one final confrontation turned deadly, the internet star found himself in a real-life courtroom, fighting for his future. Latham's bad blood with the Durham family had been brewing for months. William Durham Sr., a corrections officer and father of two, had had enough of the reckless behavior coming from the teen who lived down the street. Zachary, just 18 years old, craved attention. His TikToks were filled with dangerous stunts, reckless driving, and arguments with his neighbors. And he wasn't just posting for fun. He wanted to go viral. He constantly harassed the Durhams, filming their reactions and mocking them in videos. But his actions weren't just online. He repeatedly provoked the family in real life, even brandishing a weapon in past altercations. One night, the tension finally exploded. After yet another heated argument, Zachary lured the Durhams to his house. Armed with knives, he stabbed William Durham Sr. to death in his own driveway. As the man collapsed, Zachary kept filming, capturing the moment his TikTok content turned into real-life horror.
After the Durhams say Latham nearly ran over their son, Dad Timmy Durham confronted Latham in the driveway.
The guy he was about to confront went inside the house and retrieved 2 knives and a stun gun.
Latham claimed self-defense, saying that the Durhams had stormed his house. But prosecutors painted a much darker picture. They argued that this wasn't a fight, it was a setup. Zachary, they said, had orchestrated the entire thing, knowing that a violent showdown would be the ultimate TikTok clout-chasing stunt. The jury was forced to decide, was this self-defense or a calculated killing? With the evidence stacked against him, Latham was facing serious time. In court, after a long trial, Latham was found not guilty on all accounts. For the Durham family, it wasn't enough. They had lost a husband and father, and Zachary Latham would walk free. His TikTok dreams had cost a man his life, and the internet wasn't forgetting anytime soon. In the courtroom, the Durham family sat in disbelief. The man who had terrorized them, filmed them, and ultimately took a life was getting off with a sentence that felt like a slap on the wrist. William Durham Sr.'s widow broke down in tears, saying their family had warned authorities for months about Zachary's behavior, but no one listened. As for Latham, he showed no remorse, no apologies, no tears. Just the same smug expression he wore in all his TikToks. His thirst for fame had destroyed lives, but in his eyes, he was still the main character. Zachary Latham thought he could turn violence into views, but his TikTok obsession led straight to prison. However, in the next case, social media wasn't just an obsession, it was the motive. A jealous influencer and her mother plotted a deadly ambush that ended in a horrific high-speed crash.
Mehek Bukhari found fame on the social media app TikTok. The influencer from Stoke-on-Trent amassed tens of thousands of followers, sharing makeup tutorials, fashion and dance routines, often alongside her mum Ansreen.
A late-night drive, a speeding car, and two young men who had no idea they were heading straight into a trap. Saqib Hussain and Mohammed Hashim Izzajuddin thought they were meeting someone for a private conversation. Instead, they were being hunted. TikTok influencer Mehek Bukhari, her mother Azreen Bukhari, and their accomplices had one goal: to silence Saqib forever. What started as a secret affair had spiraled into a deadly setup. It all began with an affair. Ansreen Bukhari, a married woman, had been in a relationship with 21-year-old Saqib Hussain. When she tried to end things, Saqib refused to let go. He had private photos and videos of her and threatened to expose them. Fearing the scandal would destroy their lives, Ansreen and her daughter Mehek devised a twisted plan. They lured Saqib into a fake meeting, promising to pay him £3,000 to make the problem go away. But the moment he arrived, he knew something was wrong. Instead of a quiet exchange, Saqib and his friend Hashim found themselves being chased down a dark highway at terrifying speeds. Inside the pursuing car was Mehek, her mother, and their accomplices, all determined to make sure Saqib never spoke again.
When the Skoda left, it was followed by both cars toward the A46, where it was rammed off the road, splitting in two, killing the young men.
The A46 highway became a death trap. Saqib's desperate 999 call captured his final moments. His voice trembled as he begged for help, screaming that they were being chased and that someone was trying to kill them. Seconds later, their car was rammed off the road into a central reservation barrier and a tree. This resulted in the car splitting in two. Saqib and Hashim never stood a chance. Their bodies were found in the wreckage, burned beyond recognition. The killers drove away as if nothing had happened. Investigators pieced together the truth through CCTV, phone records, and that chilling 999 call. Mehek, once a rising social media star, was now seen as a ruthless killer. Mehek Bukhari was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 26 years. Ansreen Bukhari received life with a minimum of 31 years. A plan that was supposed to protect their reputation had destroyed everything. In court, the victims' families sat in shock and grief. Saqib's father couldn't hold back his rage and devastation, calling it a cold-blooded execution. Meanwhile, Mehek, once known for her TikTok dances and influencer lifestyle, sobbed uncontrollably as she realized her fame had turned into infamy. The influencer who thrived on attention would now be remembered for murder. Up next, Ali Abulaban, a social media influencer whose double life took a deadly turn. His case is a disturbing mix of jealousy, betrayal, and cold-blooded murder.
Okay. What can I get you? Hey, handsome. What the fuck you call me? Sorry, man.
Ali Abulaban, known online as Jin Kid, was a social media personality who gained a following for his comedic impressions, particularly of characters like Tony Montana from Scarface. While his content brought him internet fame, his personal life unraveled in a series of devastating events.
His 5-year-old daughter's iPad, and when he heard his wife and another man talking, he went to her home and shot them both to death. Then, still armed, he picked up his daughter from school.
On October 21, 2021, Ali entered the apartment he had previously shared with his estranged wife, Anna Abulaban, armed with a handgun. The couple had been experiencing significant marital difficulties, with Anna recently requesting that Ali move out due to ongoing issues in their relationship. In the weeks leading up to the killings, Ali had allegedly installed a spyware device on an iPad left in the apartment, allowing him to eavesdrop on Anna's conversations.
According to prosecutors, Anna asked her husband to move out in October of 2021, and he checked into a hotel. A few days later, Ali snuck back into the apartment with the key he allegedly copied to get in and trashed the space while his wife was gone.
According to prosecutors, Ali drove to the downtown San Diego high-rise where Anna lived. Surveillance footage later confirmed his entry into the building. Ali entered the apartment using his copy of the keys. Upon finding Anna and Rayburn together, Ali immediately confronted them in a heated altercation.
He went back to the apartment with a gun. He reportedly shot Rayburn Barron 3 times at close range, in the neck, cheek, and the back of the head.
The details of what transpired next were pieced together by detectives. Ali allegedly shot Rayburn first, firing multiple rounds into his body at close range. He then turned his weapon on Anna, who had attempted to flee or shield herself during the attack. She too was shot multiple times, succumbing to her injuries almost instantly.
Prosecutors say just a month before her murder, Anna filed a domestic violence police report against Ali after he allegedly pushed and injured her in front of their daughter.
After committing the murders, Ali fled the scene, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of Anna and Rayburn in the bloodied apartment. He drove to his daughter's school, picked her up, and placed her in the car. As he drove, Ali made calls to family members, admitting to what he had done. It was his relatives who contacted law enforcement, prompting a rapid response. Police located Ali later that evening and arrested him without incident. At the time of his apprehension, Ali was in possession of the firearm believed to have been used in the killings. Forensic analysis and witness testimony strengthened the case against him, revealing premeditation and planning rather than a moment of spontaneous rage. Ali was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and held without bail. His trial, which began in spring 2024, centered on whether the murders were premeditated, first degree, or a crime of passion, second degree. During the trial, prosecutors described the sequence of events as methodical and deliberate. The prosecution argued that Ali's decision to install the listening device demonstrated a pattern of control and jealousy. They painted a picture of a man consumed by anger and a desire for vengeance, claiming he had ample opportunity to rethink his actions, but instead carried out the murders in cold blood.
Because he caught me in a really vulnerable moment, I was literally so upset in the elevator. He knew I was upset.
The defense countered by portraying the crime as a heat-of-the-moment act, arguing that Ali's emotional state had been exacerbated by untreated mental health and substance issues. They claimed that discovering Anna and Rayburn together pushed Ali into a state of blind rage, leading to a crime of passion rather than premeditation. Jurors, however, sided with the prosecution, concluding that the evidence showed Ali planned and executed the murders with intent. On May 29, 2024, they returned a guilty verdict on 2 counts of first-degree murder, with special circumstances for multiple killings.
In the Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of San Diego.
After the verdict, Rayburn Barron's sister, Jordana, expressed that while nothing could bring her brother and Anna back, the decision ensured Ali could no longer harm anyone else. In September 2024, San Diego's Superior Court Judge Jeffrey Frazier sentenced Ali to 2 consecutive terms of 25 years to life, plus an additional 50 years for a firearms enhancement. Judge Frazier criticized Ali's lack of genuine remorse, describing him as a selfish person destined to die in prison. The judge also drew parallels between Ali's online persona and his real-life actions, suggesting that Ali's cold-blooded demeanor mirrored the character he often portrayed in his videos.
With all the abuse, if I had known.
As the sister of murder victim Anna Abulaban started her victim impact statement in court.
During the sentencing hearing, several of Anna's and Rayburn's loved ones addressed the court, voicing their pain and anger. Anna's sister denounced Ali for breaking his promise to care for Anna, instead subjecting her to a life of misery. Rayburn's sister also expressed her hatred towards Ali.
None of this is your fault. Your mom loved you so much, and I love you so much.
In the end, the judge sentenced Abulaban to the maximum.
Ali also spoke, pleading for leniency and citing untreated mental health and substance issues at the time of the killings. He apologized to his daughter for his actions and expressed hope that he could one day reunite with her, though Judge Frazier dismissed these pleas, asserting that justice required Ali to face the consequences of his actions. Despite Ali's apologies and claims of regret, The court upheld the life sentence, ensuring he will spend the rest of his days behind bars. Up next, Donovan Holt, a case that exposes the deadly consequences of unchecked anger and violence. His story is another chilling reminder of how quickly lives can be destroyed.
For months after her daughter died, Jamie Dickerson was angry. Despite what officials first concluded, Jamie says,
On July 29, 2023, 29-year-old April Holt was found unresponsive in her home under troubling circumstances. Her mother, Jamie Dickerson, was shocked to learn that April had been hospitalized following what was reported as an attempt to take her own life. According to April's husband, 33-year-old Donovan Holt, he discovered her unconscious in the shower with a bag tied around her head. Despite medical efforts, April passed away from her injuries on July 31st.
She knew there was more to the story.
I'm frustrated. I've always thought that the justice system was meant to fight for the innocent.
Following April's death, Jamie began to question the official narrative. She knew that just 2 weeks prior, April had asked Donovan for a divorce. It wasn't the first time April had tried to leave the marriage, though she had always ended up staying. Jamie also knew how much her daughter cherished her role as a mother to her 2 children, and how excited she had been about her future. During a visit to the hospital, Jamie noticed details on April's body that suggested foul play, convincing her that April had been the victim of a homicide.
And I've almost felt like they fought for the suspect.
Jamie's daughter, April Holt, died last July at her apartment on Cane Ridge Parkway in Antioch.
Despite Jamie's concerns, the medical examiner ruled April's death as complications from suffocation and concluded it was an attempt on her life. Jamie refused to accept this conclusion, driven by a gut feeling that something was being overlooked. Determined to uncover the truth, she began contacting the district attorney and police department relentlessly. She also joined the Community Review Board, a police advisory group, to press for answers.
Police found her with a bag tightly tied around her head, and in November, medical examiners classified her death as a suicide.
4 months later, the Community Review Board disclosed that Donovan's fingerprints had been found on the plastic bag and the tape around April's neck. Despite this, investigators argued there wasn't enough evidence to charge him, leaving Jamie devastated but undeterred. Refusing to accept what she saw as a failure of justice, Jamie turned to social media, especially TikTok, to share April's story and voice her suspicion that her daughter had been murdered. Her raw and emotional posts gained traction, with many people sympathizing with her plight and wanting answers.
I talked to her an hour and a half before. She texted me an hour and a half before she was found dead. Perfectly fine. I texted her the night before.
When a court order barred Jamie from publicly discussing the case, it only strengthened her resolve. Unable to speak openly, she began posting videos with tape covering her mouth, a visual representation of how she felt silenced by the legal system. These silent yet powerful videos went viral, sparking widespread outrage. The haunting imagery resonated with viewers, who flooded her comment sections with messages of support and demands for accountability.
Perfectly fine. She was meeting me at church the next day. Nothing led to signs of suicide.
Jamie believed April's husband, Donovan Holt.
As Jamie's videos circulated across platforms, they fueled a growing movement of people determined to bring attention to April's case. Social media users began sharing the posts, creating hashtags, and tagging local news outlets and public officials. Influencers and true crime content creators picked up the story, amplifying it to a larger audience. The public outcry pressured authorities to re-examine the evidence and reignited momentum for justice.
If your spirit is telling you this isn't right, go with it. Keep digging. Don't just listen to the word closed case and say, oh, they can't reopen it.
Jamie's persistence paid off when she sent Donovan a copy of the forensic report, hoping he would finally reveal the truth. To her shock, Donovan called her and admitted to strangling April, staging the scene to make it appear as though she had taken her own life. He confessed to placing a bag over her head and moving her body into the shower. In July 2024, the Metro Nashville Police Department Cold Case Unit officially recorded Donovan's confession.
Jamie did keep digging, and just this summer, Donovan Holt, now living in San Antonio, finally confessed to killing April.
A grand jury subsequently indicted him on charges of reckless homicide, evidence tampering, and false reporting. Donovan, who was arrested in Texas, was extradited to Nashville, Tennessee, where April had died. He was held at the Davidson County Jail on a $75,000 bond.
And why there's not first-degree murder.
April's spirit still lives close to her mother's heart.
On the back of it, it has ALH for April Lynn Holt.
In the aftermath, Jamie channeled her grief into action, she launched efforts to create the Grieve With Me Center in memory of April, aiming to support others who lost loved ones. In a GoFundMe campaign to raise funds for the center, Jamie described her vision as a space for comfort and healing, offering grief resource classes, youth support groups, art therapy, and grief camps. Her mission is to ensure that families like hers have the resources and support they need to navigate unimaginable loss. April Holt's tragic death exposed a deeply unsettling betrayal within her own family, but the next case takes us to an even darker chapter of familial violence. Trey Sessler, a young man whose shocking actions against his loved ones left an entire community in disbelief.
So, after watching Welcome to the NHK and learning about the NEET, which are people that are not in employment education.
Trey Eric Sessler launched his YouTube channel, Mr. Anime, in September 2006, where he gained a following by posting reviews of various anime television series. On another channel, Lenscap Productions, he created skits. In these videos, Trey would often display his growing collection of weapons, hinting at a fascination with violence and danger. He became known for his online persona, but it was in April 2012 that things took a darker turn. Trey informed his followers that he would be taking a 2 to 3 week break from posting, telling them that Mr. Anime was planning something. At the time, many fans assumed he was simply stepping away for a short hiatus, unaware of the chilling plans Trey was about to carry out.
Oh, how you doing, everyone? It's Mr. Anime. Or you can call me Trey. You can call me the guy that does the video game reviews, or you can call me the guy that does all the gun stuff now.
On March 19, 2012, Trey began his violent spree in his family's home in Waller, Texas. Early in the afternoon, Trey lured his mother, 45-year-old Rhonda, into the garage. In a brutal act, he shot her 4 times in the head at point-blank range. Trey then moved inside the house where his brother, 20-year-old Mark, was. Without hesitation, he shot Mark as well. Trey's father, 52-year-old Lawton, had been asleep when the gunshots rang out.
All the gun stuff now. Yeah, according to police in Texas, this guy studied murder before becoming a mass killer.
When Lawton woke up, disoriented and alarmed, he was shot by his son at close range. After killing his entire immediate family, Trey wrote disturbing messages around the house, including one that read, "I love my mom, dad, and brother. God forgive me because I cannot forgive myself."
Everybody was scared about if it was going to happen or not. Everybody's paranoid.
Family members were at the home today collecting sentimental items. Investigators say besides the gore...
Despite the violence, Trey wasn't finished. He loaded his black Ford Mustang with a rifle and hundreds of rounds of ammunition, then drove to Waller High School, his alma mater. There he parked his car and sat in the lot for a while, contemplating his next move. However, rather than carrying out the mass shooting he had planned, Trey eventually drove to a friend's house. By the time he arrived, the bodies of his parents had been discovered, and Trey was apprehended by law enforcement at around 9:30 p.m. the same day.
Houston and Texas. Here's the home. Police say Sessler also admitted killing animals, shooting at closed businesses and schools in the middle of night, also setting fires, and he had plans to...
Crime scene investigators who examined the Sessler family home described it as a war zone. The scene was filled with blood, with large pools of it staining the floors and splattered on the walls. Furniture was overturned and broken items were scattered throughout the rooms, as if the house had been torn apart in the violent struggle. Bloodstains marked the path Trey had taken after each shooting, leading investigators to reconstruct the chilling sequence of events.
Shooting large animals, has talked about setting a few small grass fires. He has taken rifles and shot at buildings.
Trey was arrested and charged with the murders of his mother, father, and brother. During his police interview, Trey admitted to the killings, explaining that he had murdered his family to prevent them from feeling ashamed when he carried out a mass shooting at his former high school. However, Trey claimed that the reality of the situation hit him too hard, and he ultimately decided to back out of the attack. He acknowledged that the violent acts he committed were not an isolated incident, as he had previously engaged in violent behavior and confessed to killing animals and firing his weapons near schools late at night, though he had no prior criminal history before the murders.
Officials say he researched serial killers online and even graded their work. He told investigators.
Further investigation into Trey revealed that he had been heavily influenced by past mass murder incidents, particularly the Columbine High School shooting in 1999 and the 2007 Virginia Tech massacre. Trey had spent a significant amount of time researching both events and seemed to idolize the perpetrators. Authorities found that he had a document on his computer where he had graded and studied the actions of 8 different serial killers. This chilling insight into his mindset showed how deeply Trey had immersed himself in the world of mass violence and murder.
A neighbor says Trey Sessler stayed here from time to time.
He'd just pull up in his garage and stay however long, a couple of days, and leave.
In the days following the murders, Trey contacted other relatives, offering apologies for his actions. He expressed remorse, but many found it difficult to believe the sincerity of his words, especially after the horrific nature of the killings. The small town of Waller, Texas was left in shock as the community struggled to comprehend how such a brutal and senseless crime could unfold in their otherwise peaceful neighborhood.
Top 8 serial killers graded about what action they took, but he also studied all kinds of mass shootings, just like the Columbine shooting and other school events.
On August 2, 2012, Trey pled guilty to all charges against him, including 3 counts of first-degree murder. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole, a sentence that would keep him behind bars for the rest of his life. Trey remained silent during the hearing, offering no further explanation for his actions. The decision to give him life instead of the death penalty left many residents of Waller feeling disappointed. They had hoped for a harsher punishment, believing that Trey's crimes warranted the ultimate penalty. Trey Sessler's horrifying actions against his own family exposed a deeply troubled mind. But the next case brings us to another shocking act of violence within a household. Claire Miller, a young girl whose actions against a family member left an entire community reeling.
She stabbed her sister Helen, who had cerebral palsy, on the morning of February 22, 2021. Her parents testified at trial that they had lost Helen and didn't want to lose Claire as well to prison.
In the early morning hours of February 22, 2021, the Manheim Township Police Department was called to the Miller family home after 14-year-old Claire Miller, who had an active TikTok presence, made a 911 call, admitting that she had killed her sister. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found Claire outside, standing in the snow with blood on her pajama pants. Claire led the officers inside, directing them to the bedroom where Helen Miller, 19 years old, lay lifeless. Helen, who had been born with cerebral palsy, relied on a wheelchair for mobility and was unable to walk. The Miller family had adapted their home to meet Helen's needs, ensuring that she had a safe and comfortable space to live.
A teen accused of killing her sister will be staying in Lancaster County until her trial. 16-year-old Claire Miller will be tried as an adult. The judge determined Miller will stay in Lancaster County Youth.
Claire was taken into custody immediately. Under Pennsylvania law, homicide is not considered a juvenile crime, meaning that Claire, despite her age, had to be charged as an adult. This legal requirement was not a decision made lightly, as it involved treating a young teenager with the same legal process reserved for adults charged with serious offenses.
Claire Miller was a kid who had it all but was obsessed with homicide. Citing thousands of text messages she sent a friend expressing a desire to harm someone, saying even though she loved her sister Helen, she stabbed her to death.
The legal process that followed focused heavily on Claire's mental health. She was found to have been experiencing a mental health crisis at the time of the incident. In Pennsylvania, third-degree murder is defined as an unintentional killing that results from reckless or depraved actions. It is distinct from first-degree murder, which requires premeditation, and second-degree murder, which involves killing occurring during the commission of another serious crime.
Claire Miller was sentenced to 12 and a half to 40 years in prison, pleading guilty to third-degree murder. Lancaster County judge overlooking the case determined
in 2023, Claire, now 16, pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. This plea was significant because it indicated that Claire accepted responsibility for her actions, but did not admit to premeditation or intent to kill. By pleading guilty, she acknowledged that her behavior showed a disregard for human life, which resulted in her sister's death.
Miller was mentally ill but not mentally disabled when imposing the sentence. Back on February 22nd of 2021, Manheim Township Police discovered Miller's 19-year-old sister.
During the sentencing hearing, District Attorney Heather Adams described the case as particularly tragic, emphasizing that Helen's vulnerability and Claire's actions made the situation even more painful. Heather Adams noted that while the mental health crisis Claire experienced was a factor, it did not erase her responsibility for Helen's death. The prosecutor pointed out that the court needed to balance the need for accountability with Claire's young age and mental state at the time of the crime.
Via video conference, she's charged with killing her disabled sister Helen in their Manheim Township home in February.
The judge ultimately sentenced Claire to 12 and a half to 40 years in prison. This decision aimed to hold her accountable for what had happened, but also left room for the possibility of rehabilitation over time. Claire's guilty plea and the subsequent sentencing highlighted the complex challenge of balancing justice with compassion, particularly in cases involving minors and mental health issues.
In Manheim Township, called police a little after 1 a.m. and said she had killed her sister. Officers responded to the home where Claire pointed them to a bedroom.
For the Miller family, this case was devastating on multiple fronts. They had already endured the unimaginable pain of losing Helen, who had been cherished and an integral part of their lives. The grief of that loss was compounded by the reality that Claire would now face years of imprisonment. Further, the family was left to try to come to terms with the painful contradiction of loving Claire and mourning Helen, knowing that the actions of one had changed their entire family forever. Claire Miller's tragic actions within her own family were shocking, but the next case reveals a tale of manipulation and greed with devastating consequences. Kelsey Turner, a former model whose entanglement in a deadly scheme, showed how far some will go to protect their secrets.
Judy was worried about this woman, 25-year-old Playboy and Maxim model Kelsey Turner. Judy says Kelsey was extorting money from Dr. Burchard.
Kelsey Turner was once a prominent figure in the adult modeling industry, appearing on the covers of Playboy Italia and Maxim, and amassing a considerable following on social media. She spent her time between Salinas, California and Las Vegas, Nevada, working to build her career. However, as the modeling industry proved to be highly unpredictable, opportunities began to dry up, and Turner faced significant financial struggles. By this point, she was also a single mother.
Burchard had a history of helping others and engaging with young, attractive girls he met online, like Kelsey. That's according to his friend, who did not want to be identified.
In the late 2010s, Turner entered a financial agreement with Dr. Thomas Burchard, a 71-year-old child psychiatrist. Over several years, Burchard provided her with over $750,000, covering expenses like her car insurance and the rent for her Las Vegas home. According to Judy Erupt, Burchard's fiancée, many people asked for the doctor's help, but Kelsey was different. Judy claimed that Kelsey had often requested money under the guise of needing it for her son's medication or other emergencies.
Judy Erupt, his girlfriend of 17 years, was back at their home in California and sensed the doctor was in trouble.
By early 2019, Judy, who suspected that Burchard was experiencing the early stages of dementia, urged him to end the relationship. Burchard agreed and planned to confront Turner on March 1, 2019, to tell her he would no longer provide financial support. He never returned from that trip.
Maybe I ought to just come home on the next flight.
Judy Erupt reported Burchard missing, prompting an investigation. On March 7th, police discovered Burchard's abandoned Mercedes-Benz in the Las Vegas desert. Inside, they found blood, gloves, and a baseball bat. The trunk contained a body wrapped in bedsheets, identified as Dr. Burchard through a credit card found at the scene. During the autopsy, the medical examiner concluded that Burchard had died from blunt force trauma, ruling his death a homicide.
Repeatedly that these are not, the kind of people you want to be associating with.
Detectives interviewed Judy, who shared details about Burchard's plans to cut ties with Kelsey. When they searched Kelsey's home, they found evidence of blood and an attempt to clean up the scene. Using cell phone data, authorities tracked Kelsey and her roommates, Diana Pina and John Kennison, to the Rio Hotel. By the time officers arrived, the three were gone.
Were living and where investigators believe Dr. Burchard was murdered. Kelsey's roommate, Diana Pena, told a grand jury that Kennison attacked Dr. Burchard with a baseball bat.
The investigation took a key turn when Burchard's journal was found, containing entries about accusations Kelsey made against him involving inappropriate images of children. Despite these allegations, no evidence of such material was found on Burchard's electronic devices. Judy stated that the accusations had deeply troubled Burchard due to his professional background.
Kelsey's roommate, Diana Pena, pleaded guilty to accessory to murder and is expected to testify at their trials.
Kelsey, Diana, and John were eventually located. Fingerprints from Burchard's car matched those of Diana and John. Diana admitted to police that Kelsey had been upset when she learned Burchard planned to cut her off financially. She said Kelsey had ordered John to confront Burchard, which led to John fatally hitting him with a baseball bat. John then drove Burchard's car with the body in the trunk and abandoned it in the desert.
It looks like she received an own recognizance release, so she's getting some pretty preferential treatment here, and it's going to be interesting to see if the jury thinks in fact she could be the bad person in this.
Diana Pena agreed to a plea deal for being an accessory to murder and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. John Kennison pled guilty to murder and received an 18 to 45-year prison sentence in 2022. Kelsey Turner took an Alford plea, acknowledging the strength of the evidence against her without admitting guilt. She was sentenced to 10 to 25 years in prison and will be eligible for parole when she is 36 years old in 2029. During her court proceedings, Kelsey Turner's behavior drew attention, as she was often seen smiling and posing for the cameras, which many found surprising given the serious charges she faced.
3.75 years that she has already spent incarcerated and still shows no sign of rehabilitation.
While some interpreted her actions as an attempt to appear confident or maintain composure, others saw them as evidence of indifference to the crime and its consequences. Currently, Kelsey Turner is serving her sentence at the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center in Nevada. If you thought Kelsey Turner's case was shocking, prepare yourself for an even more unsettling story. Samantha Walford's actions blurred the line between betrayal and violence in ways that few could have predicted.
Everything he could to keep the family financially afloat. He was working 2 jobs. She was not working.
Ernest Ernie Ibarra Jr. and Samantha Walford began dating in 2008, quickly forming a bond that Ernie believed would last a lifetime. Samantha, who had given birth to twins at 19 with her high school boyfriend, seemed to be a perfect match for Ernie, and their relationship grew stronger as they added to their family. In 2011, they welcomed a second set of twins, followed by another child in 2013. By then, their household had grown to a total of 7, and Ernie worked tirelessly to provide for his wife and children, taking on 2 jobs, one at a bat manufacturing company during the day, and another at Little Caesars in the evenings.
Hey YouTubers! Today a lot of shit pissed me off, so you guys get to listen to it.
His dad's not having a whole lot to do with this pregnancy, and that sucks.
As Ernie balanced work and family life, Samantha turned to social media to help make ends meet. She started a YouTube channel, sharing stories about her life, her parenting experiences, and her aspirations. Through her channel, Samantha spoke candidly about the challenges of being a young mother of 5 and showcased her interests and personality.
It was her only focus, and her family was really left to the wayside.
What do you think of me making YouTube videos? Well,
While Samantha's content began to build her online following, Ernie's family noticed that she was changing. Ernie's sister, Abigail, began to fear that Samantha's focus on her channel was taking a toll on her family responsibilities. Abigail observed that Samantha was spending more time creating content and seeking online attention, and less time caring for her children. This shift in priorities caused friction between Samantha and Ernie, who preferred to keep a low profile and avoid the attention that Samantha craved.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
Because you got that fucking iPad in your hand.
Where?
At least you're paying attention. But only because of this fucking hilarious ass episode.
Their relationship was further strained by issues of trust and jealousy. Ernie's passion for gaming became a point of contention when Samantha discovered that Ernie's online avatar had married a female character. This incident angered Samantha, who felt that Ernie had not yet given her the commitment of an engagement ring, despite their 5 children and years of partnership. Despite these challenges, Ernie proposed to Samantha in 2014, and the couple tried to move forward.
The silence that provides a new clue.
Did you hear him say anything else besides what you told us?
they said that it was because of his dad. And
Because of his dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
However, on February 20th, 2015, everything changed. Samantha called her mother, Rosie, in a panic, claiming that intruders had broken into their home, taken Ernie, and bound her. Rosie, deeply concerned, called her sister Ginger, who rushed to Samantha and Ernie's house. Ginger found Samantha tied up and restrained, and the scene was unsettling, with signs of forced entry and a damaged front door indicating a struggle.
It had just happened to be my mom.
I think you know exactly who did this. I think the story's made up about your daddy, his daddy, and stuff like that.
Emergency responders treated Samantha at the scene before she was taken to the Titus County Sheriff Department for questioning. Samantha told detectives that she and Ernie were asleep when the break-in occurred shortly after 1 a.m. She claimed that the intruders barged into their bedroom, one holding a knife to her throat while another dragged Ernie away. Samantha said that during this chaotic moment, she was brought downstairs and the men taunted her by striking Ernie in the face with a gun. After the intruders left, Samantha managed to free herself and call her mother for help.
Okay, see, I knew. You know, Sam, you know I'm not here lying to you. You know I know.
The only other thing I don't even know I know.
Okay.
Detectives pressed Samantha for descriptions of the intruders, but she said they were all wearing black clothing and masks, preventing her from identifying them. Samantha did acknowledge that she and Ernie had a difficult past, including an arrest in 2014 for alleged domestic violence, but she insisted that things had been improving between them since then.
There's more happening here and that they need to dive deeper.
What did you say when he said he's going to take care of that problem?
I just laughed at him. I thought he was joking.
As the investigation unfolded, Samantha brought up a potential secret. Jonathan Kyle Sanford, known as Johnny Red. She claimed that she had shared details of Ernie's alleged harm with Johnny, who might have taken it as a reason to intervene. Sanford, a former inmate with a history of criminal activity, was brought in for questioning. He admitted to being involved in the plot to harm Ernie, revealing that he had recruited 2 accomplices, Octavius Lamar Rimes and Jose Antonio Ponce, to carry out the plan.
She had previously described that there were 3 of them, so I think law enforcement believed that there was at least one more person involved.
Police also apprehend Octavius Lamar Rimes.
Sanford confessed that he, Rimes, and Ponce had ambushed Ernie and taken him to a secluded area in Camp County, Texas. There, they shot Ernie in the head, leaving his body in a remote spot. Investigators discovered evidence of communication between Samantha and Rimes, including text messages outlining the plot to eliminate Ernie. Samantha, Sanford, Rimes, and Ponce were all arrested and charged with aggravated kidnapping and murder.
Oh, Sam, I'm not here lying to you. I know.
The only other thing I know, and I don't even know if I know,
okay,
but it's a suspicion.
Okay.
In April 2016, Sanford and Ponce accepted plea deals and were each sentenced to 50 years in prison. Rimes' trial began in December 2016, and he was found guilty on all charges, receiving a 93-year sentence. Samantha's trial started in September 2017, where the evidence and testimonies revealed the extent of her involvement. She was found guilty and received a 99-year sentence for murder, to be served consecutively with her 50-year sentence for kidnapping.
Money was a constant struggle. Her husband was working several part-time jobs.
I've had a lot of people stop me and ask about how I deal with things. Honestly, it's hard.
Although the public reaction to Samantha Walford's sentence was one of relief, it was ultimately a tragedy for everyone involved. Her 5 children are now left without both a mother and a father. They now face an uncertain future. Samantha Walford's calculated betrayal and manipulation led to a devastating crime. But the next case takes us to an even more shocking act of violence. Isabella Guzman, a young woman whose brutal actions against her own mother revealed a deeply fractured relationship. In 2013, in the quiet suburban community of Aurora, Colorado, 18-year-old Isabella Guzman, a seemingly ordinary teenager, murdered her mother, Yunmi Hoy, in a horrific act of violence that left even seasoned investigators stunned. Yunmi Hoy, a 47-year-old mother, was stabbed more than 70 times in an attack so frenzied it left 79 wounds across her neck, face, and torso. The crime wasn't just tragic, it was deeply unsettling.
And that her mom was concerned enough that she called police on August 28th. They came to the house and told Isabella that her mom could kick her out for her behavior. It seemed to calm her down.
The night of the murder began with simmering tension in the family home. According to accounts, Yunmi and Isabella had been arguing for weeks, their relationship strained to the breaking point. That evening, Isabella's stepfather was home when he heard the commotion upstairs. When he rushed to investigate, he found a horrifying scene. Isabella standing over Yunmi's lifeless body, the floor covered in blood. In a state of shock, her stepfather could do little as Isabella fled the house.
Guzman's stepdad heard a thump, ran upstairs, and saw blood oozing out from under the bathroom door. Court documents indicate that he later saw Guzman exit the bathroom with a knife in her hand.
Law enforcement quickly arrived on the scene, but Yunmi Hoy was beyond saving. Officers and paramedics described the scene as one of the most gruesome they had ever encountered. A manhunt for Isabella began immediately. She was found the next day and taken into custody, charged with her mother's murder. As the details of the case unfolded, the story took an even darker and more complex turn. In the months leading up to the murder, Isabella had been battling severe mental health issues. During her trial, court-appointed doctors revealed that Isabella had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, a condition that had warped her perception of reality for years. At the time of the attack, Isabella believed her mother was not Yunmi, but a figure from her delusions named Cecilia. In her mind, she was on a mission to kill Cecilia to save the world from some imagined catastrophe. The defense presented a chilling piece of evidence to support Isabella's delusional state. A threatening letter Isabella had sent to her mother before the murder. It read, "You will pay," but was addressed to Cecilia. This bizarre detail painted a picture of a young woman trapped in a dangerous spiral of paranoia and confusion. Her erratic behavior during court hearings only deepened the unease. At times, she appeared detached, staring blankly into the cameras, her expression unnervingly calm for someone accused of such a heinous crime.
The 18-year-old smirked at the camera as she stood up and walked to the defense table this afternoon, her arms and legs shackled. After the judge read the complaint against her, she looked over.
Both prosecutors and the defense agreed on one thing. Isabella was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong at the time of the murder. The court accepted her plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Instead of prison, Isabella was committed to a state psychiatric hospital, where she would remain until deemed no longer a danger to herself or the public, a period that could span years or even her entire lifetime.
I was abused at home by my family for many years. My parents are Jehovah's Witnesses, and I left the religion when I was 14.
For Isabella, the years that followed became a journey of reckoning and recovery. 7 years after her sentencing, she broke her silence in an interview with CBS News' Rick Salinger. Speaking with a calm demeanor, Isabella expressed her desire to rejoin society. She admitted that she had not been herself the night of the murder and credited medication and therapy with helping her regain her sense of reality.
He asked me if I wanted to go in there and look through to get some clothing, so I did. The other patient left, and he went in there and shut the door behind him.
In the interview, she also shared a more personal side of her story. Isabella claimed her struggles began long before the crime, pointing to years of emotional turmoil and harm within her family. She described feeling increasingly isolated after choosing to step away from the Jehovah's Witness faith as a teenager, a decision that created a rift with her family. According to Isabella, the lack of understanding and support at home only deepened her mental health struggles, leaving her vulnerable to the delusions that would ultimately drive her to violence. As of now, Isabella remains under the care of the state, her future uncertain. The actions of these TikTok killers shatter lives and expose the dark side of social media fame. Their courtroom reactions, a mix of shock, regret, and cold indifference. But this is just the beginning. The next video on screen uncovers more unbelievable cases where criminals face justice in ways no one expected. Keep watching.